You are listening to Salty Cowboy, a Cooper family novel, Sweetwater Falls Farm Romance, Book 4, written by Elena Johnson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Chapter 1. Cherry Cooper put on her blinker to turn right about 5 miles before the driveway that led to her family farm. She'd lost her mind, that was all. She could schedule a few sessions with her therapist and drive Jed Forrester out of her head again. She'd done it before with Charlie, then with a man named Tyler, then Dr. Freeman, then Jed. And yet, she turned right onto the paved road that led to the corn maze at Forrester Farms, something she didn't even want to do. She hadn't been to a corn maze in years, and he hadn't invited her to stop by and get lost with him among 9-foot stalks and plenty of straw bales and scarecrows. Why was she here? The salty cowboy had told her he didn't want to date long distance. "I don't have time to drive to Casper every week, Cherry." The words stung at her brain as much now as when he'd texted them back in September. After he'd kissed her, of course. The man had likely gotten what he'd wanted, and he didn't want her anymore. Cherry hated the self-defeating talk inside her mind, but she couldn't come up with another explanation as to why Jed had been so keen on texting and calling and getting together, and then gone cold. After he'd said that, Cherry had been so glad she hadn't told Lee or Will about Jed. She didn't want to have to defend him, because he didn't deserve a defense. "Then why are you here?" she asked, panic starting to set in. If Jed was working the corn maze, he'd see her car. He'd know she'd come by to see him, and that would only fuel his already huge ego. The parking lot for the maze wasn't big by any means, and a single cowboy stood at the entrance of it. He didn't seem tall enough to be Jed, and Cherry couldn't turn around on the road anyway. She had to go into the lot to then go back the way she'd come, and she watched the man wave her to the right. She went that way, desperate now to get away from this place. Why in the world had she come here? Why not? Her feisty mind fired back at her. She had every right to visit this public venue. She'd pay the fee, and she'd wander through the dry and dying stalks, and then she might have the strength and courage to continue to her family's farm. Her sister was due with her first baby tomorrow, and while Cherry had already been home more this year than she had in the 5 preceding it, she wouldn't miss being there for Rissa when she came home from the hospital with her first child. She parked and got out of her car, tugging her hooded jacket tighter around her and zipping it up. She wore a pair of jeans that hugged every curve and had a thick seam going down the front of them, and a pair of trail running shoes that had extra thick soles with a hiking boot grip on the bottom of them. She'd practically dressed for this corn maze, and she hadn't even known it. She paid the fee to a woman in a makeshift ticket booth with a large American flag flying far above it, and moved toward the entrance of the maze. Now that Halloween had passed, the place wasn't terribly busy, but a family had gone in ahead of her, and she walked slowly until she couldn't hear their voices. At every junction she came to, she turned right, 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 until she couldn't go right anymore. Then she started turning left, and eventually she had no clue where she was. The maze had big bridges built into it, so she could go up a dozen or so steps and stand on the bridge and look out over the cornstalks to try to find the way out. She didn't do that because this corn maze had become a representation of her life. Always making the wrong turn instead of the right one. And if she did turn right, she found out later that she should have taken a left. She walked alone in the maze, just as she did in life. Sure, she had friends at work and friends who lived in her neighborhood, but she knew it wasn't the same as having someone really close to her whom she could count on for anything. Her mind needled at her, telling her things like, "It's probably time to come home, Cherry," and "You won't have to see Charlie. You'll be okay." She definitely needed more therapy to let go of the broken pieces of her past, to knock out all of the bad tile and replace it with granite countertops or hardwood flooring. All of her siblings were now happily married, or would be soon enough. Lee had just proposed to his girlfriend, Rosalie Reynolds, and Cherry had gotten a text last night about their celebratory dinner this upcoming weekend. She'd taken the whole week off from her academic advising job in San Antonio, and she didn't have to be back for 9 more days. So much could happen in a single hour, and Cherry didn't like making plans too far into the future. Lee and Rosalie had set a date to be married in April, which was an idyllic month in Texas, with plenty of flowers and sunshine, all of which suited Rosalie so well. At Cherry's wedding, there'd probably be black napkins and 0 lace, because she didn't ever think she'd get married. She had once, but that dream had died a slow, painful death that sometimes still haunted her. Now, Cherry didn't dream at all. Life was just life, and she didn't want to get too bogged down in thinking about whether it was fair or not. It wasn't, or good or not. Such a thing was so subjective anyway, and she just wanted to do a good job, go home and eat something delicious for dinner, and try to find a way to ease her loneliness. Once again, she turned left when she came to a crossroads, and she thought she should probably consider returning to the farm where she'd grown up. There was room for her there, or there would be once Travis's new house got built. She could live right next door to her sister and be the best auntie in the whole state of Texas. As she walked over the hard-packed dirt ground, a voice came over the loudspeaker. "The corn maze is closing. Please make your way to the nearest exit." If she could do that, she would. But Cherry honestly had no idea where she was. She could be in the middle of the maze or along an outside wall of it. She glanced around and didn't see any bridges in the vicinity, and she wondered what the cowboys here at Forrester Farms did to make sure all of their guests got out of the maze. Did they have cameras that would show her wandering around, panicked and scared? Humiliation streamed through her, and she picked up her pace as she approached the end of the aisle. Left or right? She went left, practically jogging, as another announcement to find an exit filled the air. "I'm trying," she muttered to herself. She'd given up praying for help long ago, but now she found herself with a plea in her heart for the Lord to guide her and help her get out of this maze. Rissa and Spencer were expecting her, and she couldn't believe she'd turned off the highway too early. A bridge came into view, and Cherry hurried toward it. She sprinted up the steps and looked out across the maze. The huge American flag flew above the ticket booth, and it was behind her, away from the direction she'd been walking. Helplessness crowded into her throat, and she swallowed against it. Perhaps the farm had a helicopter that could come pluck her from this bridge, saving her the energy and time of trying to go back the way she'd come. Perhaps she could just start crashing through the dry stalks as she forged her own path and made her own exit. Footsteps crunched through the dry foliage on the ground below, and then they started up the steps to the bridge where she stood. Her heart hammered in her chest as she watched a cowboy arrive, not 10 feet from her. Not just any cowboy. "Cherry Cooper," Jed Forrester drawled. He didn't smile. He didn't approach. He wore a windbreaker that wasn't big enough to go across his broad shoulders, a pair of sexy dark denim jeans, and his gorgeous dark brown cowboy hat. He heaved a great big sigh and said, "I'll help you out." Cherry wanted to argue with him and claim she knew the precise path that would lead her to safety. She couldn't say that, because it was the furthest thing from the truth. "Well, come on then," he drawled in that deep bass voice that followed her into the depths of her slumber at night. He turned and went down the steps without waiting for her to say anything, and she didn't see any other choice. He'd once saved her from Charlie at Travis's wedding. Over the months since then, his texts and calls had saved her from her dreary, quiet, lonely nights. And right now, he was literally saving her from wandering through this maze for the rest of the evening. She followed him, reaching the ground just as he went back into the maze. She ran to catch him, saying, "Can you slow down?" "Nope," he said over his shoulder. "We're closed already, and I've got more work to do before I'm actually done for the night." Cherry panted as she reached his side. She didn't know what else to say. As they approached a corner, he indicated they should go left, and he led the way. He was taller than her, with much longer legs, and she figured as long as she could see which way he went, she didn't have to walk right beside him. He didn't want her there anyway. Foolishness filled her, especially when she followed him to the right and then dang near plowed straight into him. She yelped and flung up her hands, her eyes slamming shut for some reason. He caught her deftly, because Jed was sure and strong about everything. He didn't hem and haw over a long-distance relationship. He just said, "No, not for me. Thanks for the past few months." "Don't touch me," she said, swatting his hands away from her waist, now that she had her feet under her. "Why are you here?" he asked, not giving her an inch in this small corner of the maze. She'd turned right, and then it immediately jogged left again, but Jed hadn't taken the turn. "I needed a few more minutes before I went home," she said, not giving herself enough time to censor herself. "So you came here?" "It's a public place," she said. Jed searched her face, and Cherry had no idea what he was looking for, or if he'd ever find it. He said nothing, sighed, dusted his hands, and took the right turn to go around the small corner. "Jed," Cherry said, but she didn't know what else to say. She shouldn't have to say anything. He was the one who'd dumped her. He kept walking, and she followed, and only a few minutes later they emerged into the parking lot. It wasn't the same entrance she'd used to get into the maze, but she spotted her car off to her left, across the whole dirt lot. Every other car and truck had gone, and another dose of foolishness hit her in the face like a bucket of icy water. "Thank you," she said as diplomatically as she could, and she started toward her car. If she could make it there, she could get off this farm and bask in her own embarrassment without an audience. She held her head high as she walked, and because she was so focused on her goal, she didn't realize Jed had started walking too. She finally heard his footsteps and turned to see him only a couple of paces behind her. "I'm fine now," she said. "Do you want to go to dinner tonight?" he asked. Surprise tripped through her, actually tripping up her feet, too. She stumbled, and blast him, Jed reached out and steadied her. Everything in her life had been more stable since he'd whisked her away from Charlie at the wedding. Everything. "No," she said, not quite sure what question she was answering, or even what she was saying. His eyebrows went up. "You have dinner plans with your family?" "No," she said again. "Then why can't we go to dinner?" "Because you don't want to," she said, frowning at him. "I asked you if you could do the long-distance thing, and you said no." Jed's dark blue eyes blazed with fire. "Maybe I made a mistake." "I haven't moved," she said. "I still have my job in San Antonio." "I'm aware." She was aware of how close to her he stood, and how she didn't want him to back up. She hadn't told Rissa or Spence what time she'd arrive, and honestly, her sister was used to her showing up whenever it suited her. She absolutely could go to dinner with Jed. "Not here," her mind screamed at her, and Cherry balked once more at the idea. Where would we go? He folded his arms, one hip cocking out. I suppose you don't want to go anywhere in town. Somewhere else would be ideal, she said. He looked up into the darkening sky. I can't believe I'm doing this. Then don't do it, she snapped. She spun around and marched away from him again. You're no prince, Jed. I don't need to be rescued. You're no princess either, Cherry, he called after her. He was so right, but she didn't stick around to tell him so. She reached her car and yanked open the door to get behind the wheel. She started the ignition and threw the car in reverse. Her car beeped, and the seat beneath her vibrated as she started to back up. She slammed on the brakes, her eyes finally catching up to what the car already knew. Someone stood behind her. Jed. Fuming, she unclasped the seatbelt and threw open the door again. Move, she demanded as she got out of the car. Right now. Chapter 2. Jed Forrester watched the gorgeous Cherry Cooper's fingers curl into fists. For whatever reason, that action made every cell in his body hot, and he wanted to get burned by this woman, badly. She wore a form-fitting jacket with jeans, cute hiking shoes/runners on her feet, and her hair down. It flowed over her shoulders like liquid fire, the kind that burned low at midnight and didn't come from a bottle. She possessed deep, dark brown eyes with a hint of green if they caught the light just right. Jed had only seen that once, and he ached to try to find the ember of emerald in her eyes again. We can go to that pho hut in Beeville, he said, not quite sure why he couldn't let her drive out of his life again. In fact, he'd been the one to drive her away last time. It was only several weeks ago, actually, and Jed had regretted his text for weeks now. I know you like that kind of stuff. Cherry softened right in front of him, but she kept her chin high and her eyes slitted as she studied him. He supposed he couldn't blame her for not trusting him, though he'd always said things just how they were. He'd never tried to hide anything from her, but that was because he didn't have ultimate control over what came out of his mouth, not because he was so upright and honest. Come on, he said, trying on a small smile. You can leave your car here and everything. He extended his hand toward her. Come tell me why you're back in town. Slowly, Cherry approached him, but she didn't put her hand in his. They didn't exist in fists anymore either, and she tucked them into her jacket pockets instead of touching him. Rissa's having her baby tomorrow. Ah, of course, he said. He'd known Clarissa Rust was pregnant, and he should have known Cherry wouldn't miss being there to meet her new niece or nephew. Boy or girl? Lee might have told him at one point in the past, but Jed didn't carry details in his brain that didn't matter to him. Boy, Cherry said quietly, moving with him as he walked away from her car. Wait, my car is still running. She jogged back to turn it off, and she returned to his side with her purse in her hand, too. Okay, ready. He smiled at her, but she barely returned it. He was used to that, as he was definitely the loud, jovial one out of the pair of them. Cherry preferred letting him take the lead, and while she'd smiled and laughed with him over the past several months, he definitely had to work hard to draw those things out of her. Heck, he'd had to work hard for everything he'd gotten from Cherry. Even getting her phone number had been like pulling teeth. His chest vibrated in a strange way as he stepped up to his midnight black truck and opened the passenger door for Cherry. She boosted herself up and into the seat in a single movement, which made Jed's mouth turn a little drier than it already was. She looked at him, and Jed could get lost in her gaze for a good long while. Move, he told himself, and he managed to step back and out of the way. He closed the door as his phone chimed at him, and he looked down at the notification. His brother had texted, and Jed's heart dropped to his knees. "Corn maze clear? You're feeding the horses in 6 tonight, right?" Jed couldn't believe he'd invited Cherry to dinner. He'd known he had more chores to do after clearing the corn maze. Had he known the lost customer in the maze had been her, he probably would have sent Chris to go in and get them out. He tapped to call his brother, and the line only rang once before Chris picked up. "Hey, so I have a slight problem," he said, glancing over to Cherry and quickly moving away from the window. She wouldn't like being called a problem, and he'd already yelled at her that she wasn't a princess. In reality, Jed hadn't stopped thinking about Cherry since he'd run into her at Travis's wedding. He'd only seen her once a month, and he'd wanted more. She'd offered him Casper, and he'd thrown it back in her face. He looked up into the sky as Chris said, "What kind of problem? The kind where I have to find someone else to go feed the horses?" "Yeah," Jed said, "that kind of problem." Chris let out a long, exhaling breath. "The corn maze is clear, right?" "Yes," Jed said, glad he didn't have to disappoint his younger brother again. He, Chris, and Easton ran their family farm together, and Chris handled all of the logistics of things, like a project manager, while Easton handled more of the big-picture items. He paid bills and made sure they had the men and women they needed to work the fields and handle the animals and bring in the harvest. Jed excelled at details, and he pitched in and helped wherever needed: fields, corn mazes, animals, agriculture. He spent a lot of time with a hammer or a saw in his hand, fixing whatever had started to break around the farm. Too bad he couldn't fix himself enough to keep a woman for longer than a few months. Even his marriage hadn't made it out of month 6, and that whole relationship hadn't even lasted a year. Jed shook all of that away as he rounded the back of his truck. He and Cherry had been sort of dating for months now, and he should have said he'd meet her in Casper any time she wanted, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. "What are you doing right now?" Chris asked. "Can I tell you later?" Jed asked, reaching for the door handle. "This has Cherry Cooper written all over it," his brother said. "No," Jed said too quickly. "Why would it? She doesn't even live here." "Her sister is having a baby any minute now," Chris said in a deadpan. "You must think I'm so stupid." "No," Jed said again. He turned away from the truck and ducked his head. "Am I that obvious?" He spoke in a low voice, hoping Chris would say no. "Totally," Chris said. "She probably doesn't think so, but I've seen you freak out about nothing for the past couple of months, and that was about the time you stopped talking to her, or she stopped talking to you. I don't know, because you won't talk about her." "Yeah, well, we can't all have amazing wives," Jed said. "I'll tell Deb you said that," Chris said. "She's feeling less than amazing right now, so she'll probably bring you brownies later." "Mint brownies," Jed clarified. Chris laughed and said, "Have fun with Cherry." He hung up before Jed could protest that his little problem had nothing to do with Cherry Cooper. He faced the truck again, shoved his phone in his back pocket, and pulled open the driver's door. "Sorry," he said. "Chris called." Cherry trained her big eyes on him, her smile slow and absolutely gorgeous on her face. "How's Chris and Deb?" "They're great," Jed said. "Pregnant again. Deb's really praying for a girl." He smiled and flipped his truck into drive. "I'm honestly surprised they're having another baby after the twins." He chuckled, and Cherry laughed with him. "They're a handful, let me tell you." "You've talked about them before," Cherry said, looking out her window. Jed quieted because Cherry had, and he didn't know how to talk to her when she receded inside herself. He cleared his throat, uncomfortable in the silence with her. "How's work?" "I'm thinking of getting a new job," she said. He whipped his attention toward her. "You are? Where?" "I have no idea." "I'm sure there's something for you here," he said. Cherry turned toward him, her arms folding across her midsection as she did. "Is that so? Here? In Sweetwater Falls, where there is no college for an academic advisor?" Jed swallowed, not sure where to go with this. Perhaps he should just lay everything on the line. "You could work at your family farm," he said, "or do something for a college online, or take a completely new career path." He glanced over at her and turned out of the parking lot. "Didn't you tell me that once, that you wanted a new career path?" "I can't remember," she said. "I probably did." "Not anymore?" "I don't know, Jed." He frowned at the road in front of him, because if she didn't know, he certainly didn't. He felt too old to be having this conversation. He knew what his life held, and he'd always known. The family farm, horses and hayfields, and hard work. He didn't really have the luxury Cherry seemed to enjoy of picking and choosing the path she wanted to be on. Although he did have ideas which swirled through his head from time to time. As the middle son, he'd often thought of finding his own piece of land, and he pictured the farm south of his family plot. Then he quickly shoved those images out, because tonight was about Cherry, and he couldn't have his attention divided. He drove the two of them to Beeville without much more conversation, questioning every minute of the way what he was doing. He honestly had no idea, and he was far too old to be doing things he didn't understand. There was simply something about Cherry Cooper he liked and wanted to know more about. He wanted to help her in any way he could, and he didn't understand that either. His father had always told him he had a too big heart to run the farm, but Jed had embraced that instead of trying to change it. If there was an animal in pain or in need of something, he wanted to provide for it. When he was 14, he'd set alarms for a foal who'd been born too early and gone out to the stables every 2 hours to nurse it along until it was strong enough to survive without his help. In some ways, Cherry reminded him of that foal. In other ways, she was powerful and strong in a way that struck Jed as pure royalty. He could picture her entering a room and having everyone bow to her as their queen. She certainly brought him to his knees in such a way, especially after that first kiss a couple of months ago. He pulled into the pho restaurant parking lot and came to a stop. "This is okay?" "Yes," she said softly. She stayed put while Jed jumped from the truck and jogged around the front of it to get her door. He opened it for her and stepped into the space. She'd unbuckled, but Jed didn't want her to get out. The words he needed to say had been building beneath his tongue during the drive, and he had to say them before he lost her again. "Cherry." He reached up and smoothed her hair back. "I'm sorry about saying I didn't have time to drive to see you." He looked at her earnestly, hoping she could feel how genuine he was trying to be. "I've regretted that text every day since I sent it, every minute." She studied his face. "You didn't mean it?" "I was frustrated," he said, "so I probably meant it in the moment. But no, overall, of course I didn't mean it. I think about you all the time, and I just don't know how to sweeten up and ask you to forgive me." She smiled at him, and the heavens opened to him. Light shone on her, and all Jed could think about was kissing her. He wasn't going to do that today, because he didn't want her to think that was all he wanted from her. "You are a bit salty," she said. "Maybe my sister-in-law could send you some of her truffles. They're as sweet as the day is long." He smiled back at her. Can we try again?" Cherry hesitated for a moment. Then she reached out and ran her hand down the side of his face. "I've missed you, Jed." "I've missed you too," he whispered. She leaned forward, pushing her hand up and removing his cowboy hat. Normally, Jed didn't like it when anyone touched his hat, but Cherry had a way of doing things that he just went with. Her eyes drifted closed, and Jed's heartbeat fluttered in the large vein in his neck. She pressed his hat to his shoulder blades, bringing him closer to her, and Jed touched his lips to hers in a soft, sweet kiss that he didn't try to accelerate or take to the next level. The first time he'd kissed her had been explosive, and he hadn't been able to control the way things had spiraled and taken off. This time, he bowed to his queen and let her lead him in the kiss. She only kissed him for a moment before she pulled away. "What's wrong?" she asked. He opened his eyes and met hers. "Nothing." "You're not kissing me back." "Yes, I am." She cocked her head to the side and said, "Give me some of your attitude, Jed." He grinned at her, semi-embarrassed at his limp kissing. "If you don't like it, don't kiss me," he said. "I don't want to kiss you," she said. "I want you to kiss me." Jed ran his hand up the outside of her thigh and along her waist. "We're going to pick up where we left off? Is that it?" "I'd like to," she said. And he liked that she didn't play games with him. She was a couple of years older than him, and perhaps she didn't have time for a relationship that wasn't going anywhere either. "So?" she asked. "Are you going to kiss me or not?" Jed looked at her, trying to decide if he should tell her what truly ran through his mind, or if he should kiss her the way she wanted him to. Chapter 3. Cherry didn't like the calculating look in Jed's eye. The man had never been to college, but that didn't mean he was stupid. "Just say it," she said, the fingers of her left hand still gripping his collar, and those of her right hand drifting up into his hair. If he didn't kiss her soon, she didn't know what would combust inside her. "I don't want this to just be kissing," he said, clearing his throat in a gruff way. "I mean, I like that. I do. I just—" He tried to pull back, but Cherry maintained her grip. She knew what he'd do. Back up, sigh, run his hands through his hair. Then those dreamy, storm-cloud gray-blue eyes would find hers again, with a hint of worry and a bit of vulnerability and plenty of desire. His expression changed as she predicted, but since she wouldn't release him, he didn't back up or sigh, and she kept running her fingers through his hair. "You want to be my boyfriend," Cherry said, "like a legit boyfriend who doesn't have to leave the room to call me, and who I don't hide from my family." His jaw jumped, and attraction sparked in those eyes. "Yes," he said plainly, "that's what I want." Cherry did the sighing, and she looked past his face and over his shoulder. "I'd like that too." "Yeah?" Before she could confirm, Jed kissed her. This time, it wasn't the type of kiss that had her leading the way, but he took control and decided how fast he moved and how firm he stroked, and Cherry sank into his arms, the very muscles in her body unable to hold her up. "Jed," she giggled as he slid his mouth across her jaw. "I was going to say something else." "Say it," he said, his voice husky and hoarse. "Can we wait to make things public and official until after Rissa has her baby?" Jed brought his head up, his eyes searching Cherry's again. "I don't want to overshadow her," Cherry said, hoping he'd understand. "I do sometimes, even when I don't mean to, and I really don't want to in this regard." You showing up out on your family farm with a real boyfriend is going to blow your mama's mind." He grinned at her, and while Cherry returned it, she couldn't help thinking that the fact that she had a boyfriend blew her mind, too. "Me showing up on the family farm is mind-blowing enough," she said. Jed did back up then, and Cherry slid down from the front seat of his truck. He laced his fingers through hers, closed her door, and they faced the restaurant together. "No, it isn't," he said. "You've been back several times this year." "Yeah," she said, her train of thought automatically switching over to what she could do here in Sweetwater Falls, or close to it, for a job. "Maybe Beeville has something I could do." "To do?" Jed asked, glancing at her. "For a job," she said. "I was a secretary and an administrative assistant before I got my master's degree. I could maybe do something like that." "City offices," he said. "No one ever gives up those jobs," Cherry said, her mind still moving. "A company or something, small business, someone like Shay or Gretchen." She thought of her brother's wives, or even Rosalie. I could run their office, all their financial stuff, everything, while they do whatever they do. She knew what they did, but she didn't know how much any of them needed an administrative assistant. Shay designed all of her own clothes, but she employed several people at Sweet Spot, Cherry knew that. Gretchen had help in her candy kitchen. Rosalie? Cherry wasn't sure about Rosalie. She could ask, she knew that. She enjoyed dinner with Jed, the conversation lighter and easier now that she wasn't trying to hide from him, and he wasn't as salty as he'd been a couple of hours ago. He tossed some money on the table when the waitress brought their check, and he'd just gotten to his feet when Cherry's phone rang. "It's Lee," she said, looking up at Jed. "Answer him," Jed said with a kind smile. "I won't make a peep." Cherry believed him, too. She stood and swiped on the call from her oldest brother. He was only a couple of years younger than her, and they'd always confided in one another. She'd helped him a lot with Rosalie over the past several months, and she suspected if she sat down with Lee, she could open her heart and tell him everything she felt for Jed. He'd separate it all, examine it, and help her without teasing her. She'd spent so long doing everything herself, thinking that was the way she wanted things, that she didn't know how to open those doors, not even to Lee. Not yet, anyway. "Lee," she said, just as someone dropped a stack of plates. A terrible clattering and shattering sound filled her world, and she winced away from it. If Lee had spoken, she didn't hear what he'd said. "What was that?" She did hear, and Lee had to know she wasn't in her car, about to arrive on the farm he now ran for their father. "Someone dropped something," she said, glancing over to the source of the noise. "I'm just finishing dinner. I should be to the farm in—" She looked at Jed, who shrugged one shoulder and held up a single finger. "An hour." "Don't come to the farm," Lee said, his voice breathless now. "Rissa went into labor earlier today, and they're at the hospital." "What?" Cherry started striding toward the exit now. "Why didn't you call me sooner?" "Spence just called Trav," Lee shot back. "We all just found out, too." "Rissa." Cherry shook her head, gained the doorway, and flew down the steps. She turned in a circle, trying to remember where she'd parked her car. She always does this. She says she doesn't want to be dramatic, and then she's dramatic. "I just think she doesn't want everyone in the room for the birth," Lee said. "But Spence made it sound like she'd have him soon. Said we could come tonight. I'm headed to Mama's to help her and Daddy." Cherry turned as Jed touched her arm. He nodded down the row, and she remembered she hadn't driven her car to this restaurant in Beeville. She hurried toward his truck, with him at her side. "I wish I was close enough to help. She wasn't due until tomorrow, and even then I expected her to be late." "It's fine," Lee said. "See you there." He ended the call even as he said, "No, Ford, real shoes. We're going—" Cherry broke into a jog, which Jed didn't have to match. His long legs kept him at her side. "What's going on?" he asked. "She's already at the hospital," she said. "Can you take me there?" "Of course." He didn't come around to her side to open her door, and she swung into the passenger seat as he fired up the engine. He backed out and asked, "Do you want me to take you back to my place first? Then you can get your car." He flicked a look in her direction, but Cherry didn't hold his gaze. Indecision raged through her. She could cover her dinner with Jed tonight easily. She hadn't told Lee where she'd been eating, only that she had. But if she told Jed to take her back to his farm first, she'd be even later getting to the hospital. Something told her she didn't have that time to spare. "No," she said. "If you're okay with coming, let's just get to the hospital. Then you can take me out there after." She looked at him, trying to decipher his feelings on the matter from half of his face. "Okay?" "Okay," he said, shifting in his seat. "Am I sitting in the truck while you go in for an undetermined amount of time?" He still wouldn't look at her, and Cherry switched her attention out the windshield. "No," she said. "That would be ridiculous. You'll come in with me." "This won't be a secret, then," he said. "No," she murmured, "it won't." She hugged herself and gathered her courage. She looked at Jed again, and this time he did meet her gaze and hold it. "It doesn't need to be a secret." She reached over and took his hand in hers. "I'm not embarrassed of you. I want to tell my family about us." "It might overshadow Rissa," he said, squeezing. "I'm fine to sit in the truck, Cherry, honestly." She fell for him a little bit more then, her foot slipping down the mountain she so desperately wanted to cling to. She wasn't even sure why. She'd wanted to fall head over heels in love with someone who loved her back for so long, and Jed sure did seem to like her. She just didn't want to fall first. She was tired of falling first. "I'll decide when we get there," she said. "Let's just get there." "Yes, ma'am," he said, and he pushed on the gas pedal to do just that. 45 agonizing minutes later, Jed finally put the truck in park, and Cherry released her seatbelt. "Come on," she said. "It makes no sense for you to sit out here." She'd have to explain why Jed was with her, but Cherry was 46 years old. She could do it. If she acted like she'd driven her car and someone wanted to leave for some reason, she'd have to say why she couldn't drive. Or something. She knew that something would come up that would force her to explain to her family that she didn't have her car and hadn't driven herself. Then they'd find out that she'd made Jed sit out here and wait, and she couldn't even imagine the looks she'd get then. No one understood her the way she wished they would, but she also couldn't fault them for that. She hadn't told them much over the years, and she'd been the one to put up and maintain the walls between her and everyone else. Knocking them down would be hard, but Jed caught up to her and slipped his hand into hers. Suddenly, Cherry wasn't so alone, and she sure did like that. In truth, she liked that the man at her side was specifically Jed, but she didn't know how to deal with that right now, so she filed it away for later. Inside the hospital, Jed knew right where to take her. "Deb's had 2 kids," he said. "I know where maternity is." Sure enough, he took them right to the maternity ward, and only then did Cherry's footsteps slow. Down the hall and around a corner, she found a small waiting room outside a thick, heavy wooden door. Travis sat on the couch, his wife Shayla at his side. She was pregnant too, and she rested one hand on her baby bump. Lee paced, and his son Ford sat in a chair, his phone in front of him. Will and Gretchen sat side by side in a pair of chairs, their heads bent together, whispering. She couldn't see Mama or Daddy, and Cherry said, "Lee," drawing everyone's attention to her and Jed. All 6 pairs of eyes landed on her, then slid to where she held Jed Forrester's hand. Lee turned, stared, and blinked, his eyes back on Cherry's in that next moment. "Hey," he said, jogging toward her. "You made it." She embraced him, really feeling the love her brother held for her sink through her, and asked, "Where's Mama and Daddy?" "They went back to see the baby," Lee said. He held her for another moment and then stepped back. "Howdy, Jed." He shook the other man's hand, and Jed said, "Hey, Lee." Lee cocked one eyebrow at Cherry, but before he could say anything, her siblings arrived, and Cherry got separated from both Jed and Lee. Before she could get back to him, the man didn't need to be introduced to her brothers and their wives, but it would probably be nice for him. Her daddy came out and said, "Oh, good. Cherry's here. Rizza's asking for you, baby." He put his arm across her shoulders and squeezed, his smile wide and bright. "That baby is so adorable." Mama sniffled and wept, and Cherry stepped in to hug her too. Her mama was frail and bony, but she could still give a good hug, and she said, "She'll be thrilled you're here." Cherry swallowed her emotions, which had started to teem beneath her tongue. "How many people can go back?" "Just 2, Mama said. Lee, she said she wanted you to come too. We'll watch Ford." "Thanks, Ma." Lee stepped toward the big door that led back to the patient rooms, opened it, and gestured for Cherry to go first. She cast a look at Jed, who stood next to Will. He smiled at her and said, "Go on, sweetheart. I'll be right here." He looked like he was really enjoying himself, but Cherry didn't know how that was possible. She almost rolled her eyes, but refrained at the last moment. She nodded, turned and met her brother's eyes, and then stepped past him. She would not cause more drama than she already had, and since only 2 people could come back at a time, perhaps Rissa wouldn't have to know she'd shown up with her new boyfriend. "Sweetheart?" Lee murmured from behind her. "So you're dating him?" "Yes," Cherry said, feeling her defenses fire back into position. "And it would be great if you just kept it to yourself right now. This is about Rissa." "Fine," Lee said, a hint of happiness in his voice. He glanced over to Cherry. "But it's a good thing, Cher. Why do you look like you're going to stab something if you have to admit Jed's your boyfriend?" She wasn't sure why she needed to defend who she dated, or that she dated at all. Nothing much made sense, and she needed some time alone to sort it all out. But right now, she couldn't wait to see her nephew, and she lasered her focus on him and her sister. Chapter 4. Jed laughed at something Will said, though he wasn't entirely sure the man had meant to be funny. Will scared him a little, though they were close to the same age. But with Lee gone, Jed had little choice but to settle down on the couch and wait for Cherry to come back. Her daddy looked at him, a smile on his face, and Jed returned it. "How's the farm, Wayne?" he asked. "Doing real good," Wayne Cooper said. "How's things going for you lot next door?" "Real good," Jed drawled back to him. "Chris and Deb are going to have another baby next year." He looked over to Travis Cooper, who sat with his wife. At least they'd all resumed their seats after Cherry and Lee had left. Jed hated awkwardness, and standing over something was never good. "When is your baby due?" "Beginning of April," Shay said with a smile. "We don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet." "Are you hoping for one or the other?" he asked, his gaze moving to Travis. While Easton wasn't married, Jed had been around Deb and Chris enough to know how polite conversation went regarding pregnancies and babies. "Not really," Shay said, looking at Travis. Travis shrugged and kept his mouth closed, and that meant one thing. He wanted a boy. Jed said nothing about that. He just kept his smile in place. "Well, congratulations. Deb's hoping for a girl. She's got those 2 twin boys, and wow." He chuckled and shook his head. "They're terrible." "How old are they?" Shay asked. "Almost 3, Jed said. I can almost understand what they say when they talk, and Deb's a master at deciphering things." "Cherry was like that," Chrissy Cooper said, her eyes opening slowly. She gave Jed a warm smile, but anyone could see she wasn't real healthy. He'd known about her cancer for years, of course. She'd been in the hospital this year, too, and Jed had helped put together a couple of meals for the Coopers during that time. "That girl couldn't speak sentences others could understand until she was almost 4 years old." She slipped her hand into her husband's. "Remember that, Wayne?" "I sure do." He lifted her hand to his lips and kissed the back of it, the gesture so sweet and so real to Jed. He felt how much they loved each other, and Cherry. "How long have you two been seeing each other?" Chrissy asked, and every Cooper ear turned toward Jed. He chuckled, not sure how to answer that. "Officially? I'd say we just started dating today," he said. "Tonight." "Tonight?" Will asked. "Really?" "Yeah," Jed said. "We saw each other a little bit after Travis's wedding, but—" He didn't know how to say he'd ended things with her when she insisted they meet in out-of-the-way locations. It's hard to date long distance. Every eyebrow shot toward the ceiling, and Jed realized just how badly he'd messed up. "Is Cherry moving back?" Will asked. "I thought she was happy in San Antonio," Wayne said, looking from Jed to his wife. "She is," Chrissy said, frowning. "I don't know what she's doing." "Surely she'd have said if she was quitting her job," Travis said, his words sharp and tossed into the conversation almost angrily. Jed wasn't sure what that was about, as he didn't know all the complexities of Cherry's relationship with her siblings. One by one, they looked back to him for the answers, and foolishness wound through Jed. "I don't know," he said. "Nothing's been done." "So she still has her job at the college in San Antonio," Wayne said. "Yeah," Jed said. "I guess we're just gonna give it another go." He got to his feet. "I'm gonna go get a soda. Anyone want anything?" No one did, and Jed made his escape as quickly as he could without looking like he was running from the Coopers. "Idiot," he muttered to himself the moment he rounded the corner and the weight of their gazes left his back. He paused, pressed his back into the bricks, and pulled out his phone. "I messed up," he sent to Cherry. "I mentioned something about us dating over the past several months and how it didn't work out because long distance is hard, and then everyone in your family had questions about you moving back here." He sent the message, the panic clear in the words. "I'm sorry," he sent next, exhaling like he'd just made a terrible, terrible mistake. The thing was, with Cherry, he might have. He knew she didn't want to stay at her farm, and now that Clarissa had had her baby early, she wouldn't want to stay with her sister either. "Do you want to stay in cabin 4 again?" he sent next. "Free of charge." Before, he'd made her pay $20 for a couple of nights because Cherry hated charity. She didn't answer, and Jed didn't know if she'd read his messages. If she was mad, she'd tell him she could get a ride back to the farm with Lee or Will or Travis. If she wasn't, she'd say, "It's fine, Jed. Cabin 4 sounds great. Will you make me breakfast?" A man could dream, and Jed sighed as he pushed away from the wall and headed down the hall. After he'd gotten his carbonated, caffeinated soda and chugged half the can, he tapped to call Chris. "Hey," his brother said. "I handled the horses." "Thank you," Jed said. "I'll take the morning shift for you so you can stay in bed." Chris said nothing, and Jed liked stunning him into silence every now and then. "Listen, I'm at the hospital," he said, and Chris sucked in a breath. "Why?" Jed weighed his words carefully. "So Cherry did stop by the corn maze tonight." "I know," Chris said, glee in his voice. "Her car is still in the parking lot." "Yeah." Jed let out his breath. "We went to dinner. Her sister had her baby, and now we're here for that." "Ah, I see." Jed wasn't sure why he'd called Chris. Maybe he just wanted someone to tell him he wasn't crazy for feeling so strongly about Cherry. Chris had teased him, sure, but he'd also lent a listening ear and given great advice when Jed had asked him to. "So are you seeing her again?" Chris asked, his voice low. "I'm not going to wake them up." The last bit was clearly for his wife. Jed listened to his brother's breath, then the squeal of his screen door, and he knew Chris had just gone out to his front porch. Since he had a wife and family, Chris had built a home on a parcel of land just beyond the corn maze with easy access to the highway that no one used but him and Deb. "I don't know," Jed said, though he did. "I mean, yes, I want to see her again. She still lives in San Antonio, and honestly, Chris, that's the reason I broke up with her last time." "I figured," Chris said. "It's not an easy drive up there." Jed didn't agree or disagree. It wasn't the easiness of things. It was the time they took. He'd rather have Cherry living right next door than 2 hours up the interstate. "It just means I can't see her every day." "Well, you're an everyday type of man, Jed," Chris said. "That's why you didn't like the situation last time." "Yeah." He couldn't argue with that. Maybe she doesn't want to see me every day, Chris. I think that's where I'm stalling, because I do want to see her every day, talk to her, touch her, see her, and not on a video. And she was happy getting together for lunch for a couple of hours once a week." "She liked talking to you on the phone," Chris said in Cherry's defense. "Is that enough?" Jed asked. "I don't know, brother." Chris exhaled mightily. "The distance definitely complicates things for you." "Her family's here," he said, looking back the way he'd come. "They know now." "That's a good step," Chris said brightly. Jed ran his hand up the back of his neck, pushing his cowboy hat further forward than he liked. "Yeah." He fixed his hat and drained the rest of his soda. "I'll handle the chores in the stables tomorrow." "I appreciate it," Chris said wearily. "We had an epic battle with the twins and spaghetti with no meatballs tonight." He gave a chuckle, but it wasn't entirely happy. "I have no idea how we're going to handle things once we're outnumbered." Jed laughed just to cheer up his brother. "You wrangle dozens of cattle at a time," he said. "Kids are just like that." Chris laughed too, but Jed could hear the exhaustion in the sound. It pulled through him, too. To think a few hours ago all he'd wanted was to clear the corn maze, feed the horses, and fall asleep on the couch, with Fish keeping his feet warm. The dog refused to lay on the floor if Jed didn't have to. The night had turned out radically different than he'd envisioned, and he was still trying to decide if the change had been good or not. He hung up with his brother, and while his phone still sat in his hand, it chimed. Cherry's name popped up at the top, and part of her message read, "It's fine, Jed. I'm not sure." He tapped, his heartbeat doing the same thing, to see her whole message. It had started the way he'd hoped, and his fantasies roared to life again. Her full message read, "It's fine, Jed. I'm not sure how long I'm going to be here tonight, and I hate making you wait for me. I know you have work to do still, with an early morning. I can get a ride with someone back out to the farm." He read it once, then again, and then a third time. It was a combination of how he thought she'd respond if she was mad and if she wasn't, so now he didn't know what to think. Cherry Cooper perplexed him, he knew that. He could feel the wounds inside her, and he wanted so badly to mend them. "You can't mend a person," he told himself. He'd been working on himself recently with a pair of earbuds and a purchased set of mental therapy lessons. Mindfulness, it was called, making better choices, coming at situations from a better mental place, taking care of himself before others. But with Cherry, he didn't want to do that. He'd stay at the hospital all night if he had to, just so she could sit and hold her sister's baby. Then he could drive her home and see her soften as she fell asleep in his truck. He'd carry her inside cabin 4 and put her to bed, kiss her forehead, and whisper that he'd be back in the morning to make her an omelet. For Cherry, he could go without sleep for days. He shook his head because his soft thoughts for the woman drove him mad. He wasn't sure why they existed, other than to torment him, and he didn't want her to know how much he liked her right now. "I don't mind staying," he said. "I'm headed out." With that promise, Jed walked back to the waiting room outside the maternity ward, arriving about the same time Lee opened the door and Cherry moved past him. Their eyes met, and she looked like a brand new person. She shone with glory and light, and Jed couldn't keep his smile off his face. "She said anyone else who'd like to go back can," Lee said. Jed stood outside the circle of Cooper family members while Travis got to his feet and said, "I want to see him, Will?" "Yeah, me too." The two brothers left, and Cherry came closer to Jed, her hands tucking into her front pockets as she approached. Jed wanted to reach out and slide his hand along her hip and bring her closer to him. Instead, he asked, "What did they name him?" "Bronson," she said. "He's the cutest little thing you've ever seen." "Yeah?" Jed looked up to her gorgeous auburn hair. "Is he a redhead like all you Coopers?" Cherry smiled, and the radiance of it almost blinded Jed. Now that he'd seen her like this, he knew what true joy looked like on her. "Yeah," she said, "a little, I think. He doesn't have much hair." Jed put his hand out and hooked her fingers with his. He focused on their hands instead of looking at her. "Where are you going to stay tonight?" "I think I'm going to stay with Mama and Daddy," she said. Jed nodded, his eyes going back to lock onto hers. "And that's okay?" She hated staying at her family farm, and to his knowledge, she hadn't stayed there for even a single night since leaving town years ago. "Yeah." She exhaled and stepped into his arms. Jed wrapped her up easily and held her close, not caring that Lee's laser gaze drilled into his forehead. "I think it'll be okay, and it's time." "All right," he whispered. "I'm 10 minutes away, and I'll come any time. No questions. Cabin 4 is empty and ready for you." Cherry's arms around him reminded him of everything Jed wanted that he hadn't known he wanted until he'd run into her at Travis's wedding. "Thank you." She stepped back and smiled. "You really don't have to stay." "You're not mad about me saying stupid stuff about you maybe leaving your job, are you?" "Of course I am," she said, her smile telling a different story. Do you know how many explanations I'm going to have to give now?" She swatted at his chest, and Jed chuckled as he dodged backward. "I lose my mind in small-talk situations," he said. She shook her head, that gorgeous smile making him so happy. "You've got to learn to control what comes out of your mouth." "Like you're so good at it," he shot back, still grinning. "I am," she said, "about a lot of things, including my job." She was better than him, and he knew it. He'd hoped she wouldn't realize it until much later in their relationship, but Cherry wasn't a dumb woman. He couldn't leave without a time and place he'd see her again. "Breakfast?" he asked. "My place, 7:30. He'd have been at work for a couple of hours by then, but he could swing that. Scrambled eggs cooked fast, and he probably had some ham he could chop up and put in the eggs. "Make it 8:30 and I'll bring it," she said, giving him a sexy smile that accelerated his pulse once more. "Deal," he said. He wanted to kiss her, but Cherry nodded, tucked her hair behind her ear, and turned to return to her family. "See you tomorrow, Jed," she said over her shoulder, and that was clearly princess speak for, "Go, cowboy, I'll talk to you later." So Jed waved to the rest of the Coopers and then went. On the way home, he couldn't think about anything or anyone except Cherry. He really didn't want to mess up with her, and he found himself praying that this time would be the time that he could make a relationship stick, that he could control what came out of his mouth, that he could get a woman to fall in love with him so he didn't have to be alone forever. He wanted to be Cherry's safe place, the one person she trusted explicitly, the man she could share anything and everything with, and he wouldn't judge her. "Probably shouldn't call her princess then," he muttered, and he decided right then and there not to use that term for her any more. The idea of being her prince, though, Jed did like that, and as he turned into the dirt driveway in front of his cabin, his lips quirked up. "Help me help her," he prayed, finally finding the right words. If Cherry needed rescuing, Jed wanted to be the knight in shining armor to do it. She just couldn't know she was the princess in the tower until she was all the way in love with him. "So listen," he coached himself. "Learn. Be patient. She'll come around." After reassuring himself and praying for the right thing, Jed was finally able to stop obsessing about Cherry. Well, for 5 minutes at least. Chapter 5. Cherry didn't see Jed in the parking lot at the corn maze. "Thanks, Will." "Yep." Her brother watched her get out, watched her unlock her car, watched and waited until Cherry buckled, adjusted the air, set the music, and finally pulled out of the lot ahead of him. Annoyance sang through her, but she couldn't fault him. Showing up at the hospital with Jed Forrester's hand locked in hers was a big deal. Her siblings knew she dated, and her parents knew she wanted to. If only Cherry could unknot the multitude of issues boiling inside her, she'd know better what the next step should be. As it was, she made it back to the family farm where she'd grown up. She looked right at the first fork, and taking it would lead her past the cowboy cabins, past another road that led to Lee's, and then past Will's and out to Rissa's and Travis's. They'd taken up all the available family housing here at Sweetwater Falls Farm, and Cherry hadn't minded. Until now. Lee had told her that Mama and Daddy would be moving into his house once he and Rosalie got married, and then he'd have the picturesque farmhouse where they'd all grown up. She made the left turn toward the white structure that usually made her smile on a dark night like this one. Hardly any lights shone in the windows, though, and that kept her smile at bay. Mama and Daddy should have beaten her here, but she reminded herself that they were both older now, a lot older, and didn't have to wait up for her. Mama had looked one breath away from passing out, and Lee had left first to bring them back. Her brother's truck didn't sit out front, which meant he wasn't there. He had a son to take care of and a fiancé to call, and Cherry couldn't help the slight depressive feeling that overcame her as she brought her sedan to a stop. She retrieved her bag from the back seat and went inside the farmhouse. A candle burned on the front table, and Cherry went over to it, catching sight of the note that had been tucked under the edge of the jar. Peace touched her soul, and something inside her that had been ragged and torn healed. She reached out and ran her fingertips along the bottom edge of the paper, remembering all the times Mama had left a note for her exactly like this. Late nights after her rehearsals and plays, when her parents and younger siblings had come home ahead of her, Mama would always write her a note and list all of her favorite parts of the show. She made the other kids do the same, and Cherry looked up and down the dark hall to the right, wondering if her parents had kept that box of her memories after she'd left the farm, the town, and them behind. All of them. She exhaled, the truths she needed to tell them buried so deep she could barely bring them to the surface anymore. Tears pricked her eyes, and she couldn't imagine saying the things she'd kept bottled and dormant for so long. "You must," she whispered to herself. "It's time." She slid the note out from underneath the jar and held it closer to the flame so she could read it. "Lovely to see you, dear. I love you with my whole soul. See you in the morning, Mama." Cherry pressed the note to her heartbeat, wishing she'd done things differently. 12 years ago, if she'd acted out of faith instead of fear, what would her life have been like? She knew she wouldn't be standing here, like this, filled with regret and wondering how to rid herself of it. "P.S. Any bedroom is ready for you. Take your pick." Cherry took the note with her and went down the hall. Mama and Daddy's bedroom sat at the very end of the hallway, as Daddy had remodeled the farmhouse to make the master suite bigger, with a walk-in closet and ensuite bathroom about 15 years ago. Cherry's old bedroom sat 2 doors down, but she didn't go to that one. She'd shared with Rissa, and neither of them had lived there in a long time. Instead, she went in the first door she came to, which had been Lee's room. He hadn't wanted to share with the other boys, and Will and Travis had a bedroom on the opposite side of the hall that Cherry remembered smelling like old cheese and wet shoes most of the time. The memory made her smile, though it didn't bring happiness to her nose. In Lee's old room, she flipped on the light. Most traces of her brother had been removed, save for one. His FFA trophies, which he'd earned with perfection. Daddy had always been so proud of Lee, and he'd made a display case for the gold and silver it still housed. A family photo of the 7 of them sat below the case, the bottom of the canvas almost touching the top of the dresser. Cherry hefted her bag onto the queen-sized bed and clicked on the lamp on the nightstand. Then she turned off the overhead light. She didn't like them shining down into her eyes, and closed the door softly behind her. Only then did she feel like she could relax, and she quickly changed into her pajamas and climbed under the thick quilt that Mama had made herself. She and Granny used to sew, crochet, and quilt every Monday, and Cherry could still see the 2 of them in her mind as plain as day. They'd be in the huge sun porch off the back of the house when Cherry and the other children got off the bus after school. Granny would have something delicious to feed everyone for dinner, and the farmhouse vibrated with laughter and joy, fun and familial fighting, and most of all, love. Cherry hadn't felt those things in such a long time. Well, besides the arguing she did with her siblings. She heard about that plenty, and she certainly wasn't blameless for some of the fights that had happened over the years. She leaned her head back against the puffy pillows, wondering who else Mama and Daddy had hosted in this room. Surely not very many people, and yet the room waited as if Mama had known Cherry would need it one day. She sucked back the tears threatening to overflow and reached for her phone. She went to the conversation with Jed, their interactions from that afternoon and evening flowing through her mind. They had a unique relationship, that was for sure, and Cherry's chest caved in on itself when she thought about telling him about her past indiscretions. "Do you have any secrets?" she asked him, wondering if it was too late for him to be awake. The clock hadn't quite ticked to 10 yet, but he was a farmer and would be up by 5, most likely. She texted her fellow counselor in San Antonio, Willie, and told her about her new nephew. Willie gave all the right answers with the appropriate number of exclamation points, and Cherry smiled at her phone. She messaged Lee as she hadn't had much time with him alone, and she wanted to know what he thought of her and Jed. She asked him, once again thinking it might be too late to get an answer. With her phone resting silently on the nightstand, she got out her toiletries and went across the hall to brush her teeth. Everything felt too old and too small in this farmhouse, and she told herself it was just because she hadn't been here in a while. Eating a few meals at the huge family dining table didn't count, and she knew it. She hadn't stayed here and slept here and let her spirit feel the inner breathings of this house, this life, where she'd thrived for a long time. She felt those things now as the very walls whispered things to her she'd long forgotten. She didn't have to elbow Lee or Rissa out of the way to answer the rotary phone, because she knew the caller would be Sabrina. She didn't have to stretch the cord as far as she could to get into the second bedroom, where she'd close the door right over the cord just to talk in private. Lee had disconnected the cord at the base once, and boy had she been mad. He didn't care, because he had a call coming in from someone about some experiment they were doing with cow's milk, and the moment he'd snapped the cord back into the phone, it had rung and he'd answered it. She brushed her teeth, thinking of when she'd challenged Travis to a race down to the pond, and they'd both come back bloody. Mama had been so mad, first about the mud and then about the blood. She'd taken care of them while lecturing up a storm, Texas Mama style, that Cherry didn't soon forget. Daddy worked long hours, and while he was stern and didn't put up with whiny children, he'd always hugged her tight, so tight Cherry thought her spindly ribs might crack, and told her he loved her each and every night before she went to bed. She'd never once thought her parents didn't love her, and that only made what she'd done so much harder for her to swallow. By the time she finished brushing her teeth, tears streamed down her face. She tried to stem them, but one couldn't stop the tide simply because they wanted to. In between sobs, she darted back across the hall and closed the door, hoping she wouldn't wake her parents. A 46-year-old sobbing past their bedtime was the last thing they needed tonight. Thankfully, Cherry had plenty of experience stuffing unpleasant things onto shelves and hiding them behind easier things to think about. She controlled her emotions and stopped the tears. Sitting on the edge of the bed, she picked up her phone and found messages from both Lee and Jed. Lee had said, "I think if he makes you happy, Cherry, you should do what you can to be with him. Isn't that what you told me?" "Yes," she thumbed out. "Thanks, Lee." She wasn't sure if Jed made her happy or not. Honestly, with him, it was either hot or cold. She sure did like talking to him, and she liked having him at her side. She didn't feel so alone, and she didn't feel like life wasn't worth living when she knew she could text or call him, and he'd be so glad to hear from her. At the same time, she knew she'd deliberately not called or texted him in the past to keep him from getting too close. "Gotta decide what you want," she murmured to herself as she navigated over to his text. "Sure," he'd said. "Who doesn't have secrets?" "Are they big or small?" she sent him next, sure it would drive him crazy. He'd told her once that he'd rather call than text, because texting took both hands and too much time. She'd laughed and told him he couldn't call her during work hours. So he'd called at night, almost every night, and Cherry had missed that so much in the past couple of months. "Some of both," he said. "What about you?" "I've got some of both, too," she said. Her heart pounded as she typed, "One really big one I'm scared to tell anyone." "You can tell me," he said. "Anything, anytime." "Maybe one day," she said, sure she was lying to him right there in writing. "Night, Jed." "Breakfast tomorrow," he said. "I can't wait to see you again." Cherry sighed as she plugged in her phone, and with those happy words, "I can't wait to see you again," revolving in her mind instead of all the things she'd done wrong in her life, she managed to fall asleep pretty quickly. "Thanks, Daddy." She smiled up at her father as he finished pouring her coffee. She lifted it to her lips as it was, black and rich and deep. He made the best coffee in the world, and this smelled like the blend she'd gotten him for Father's Day. "Sure," he said. "What are you going to do today?" Cherry lowered her cup and looked over her shoulder. Mama hadn't come into the kitchen yet, and it was 7:30. "I have a breakfast date with Jed," she said. "Then I thought I'd come back here and see if there's anything you guys need from me." Daddy reset the coffee pot on the burner and glanced up at her. "The back porch needs to be swept and covered." "I can do it," Cherry said. Daddy nodded, something sharp in his expression. "So you don't want breakfast?" He wasn't asking, and he started cracking eggs before she could respond. "No," she said. "Thank you." "Was Jed speaking true?" He didn't look at her now, but turned to pour the eggs into a pan. "Are you thinking about getting a new job?" Cherry's first instinct was to lie, or at least put him off. She sighed as she tried to find the right thing to say. "I don't know, Daddy. Maybe. She looked around the farmhouse, almost expecting to find it dilapidated and falling down. It wasn't. The Coopers still came here and cooked meals 5 days a week. Everyone helped Mama, except her. "I think I want to," she said. "I just don't know what I'd do here." "Lee has far more work in that office than he can keep up with," Daddy said, his bright green eyes harboring hope now. "You could work here." Cherry didn't want to snipe at him, but they'd had this conversation before. Many times. "It's still not a good fit, Daddy," she said slowly. "The boys are older," he said, as if her brothers were the reason Cherry had left Sweetwater Falls 12 years ago. "Married, or about to be. Their wives—" He chuckled and shook his head. "They tamed those boys, Cherry. It won't be bad." She stood and joined him in the kitchen. At his side, she looked up and gave him a small smile. "It's not them," she said. "It's me. This isn't for me." Resignation bloomed in his eyes, and he nodded. "I know." "I'm sorry." She leaned her head against his bicep and looped her arm through his, though he stirred the eggs. "Are you disappointed?" "In you? Never," he said. Several beats of silence echoed through the house, and she stepped away from Daddy as he poured his eggs onto a plate. "What time does Mama get up?" she asked.
"Usually about 8,
he said, not even looking toward the arched doorway that led into the foyer and then down the hallway.
Will or Lee comes by to help her. She has a hard time first thing in the morning, and I can't do as much as I used to."
Alarm blipped through Cherry. Of course she knew her brothers had been stopping by to help Mama and Daddy in the morning. She'd just never lived it, seen it, had to breathe it in and accept it for what it was. Reality. "I can help her today," she said, wondering if she could push her breakfast date to lunch. Help her with her wig and sit with her during breakfast? Daddy smiled and shook his head.
"Nah, go on your date. Mama is best later in the day, and she'll want to talk to you."
Cherry didn't want to only experience her mother when she was at her best, but she didn't know how to argue this. She'd be here tomorrow morning, too, and she'd simply tell Lee or Will, or whoever usually came, that she'd handle helping their mother then. "Okay," she said. "I'm going to town to get those breakfast burritos from Hannah's. Jed likes those with the spicy chorizo."
"So do I,"
Daddy said, his face lit up again.
"Get me one for later, would you?"
She laughed and swept a kiss across her father's forehead. "Sure, Daddy." She turned to leave the kitchen, but she paused in the doorway and looked back to her daddy. He sat at the table alone, and it was far too big for him, despite his impressive size. "I'm sorry," she thought, her mouth moving through the words.
"Disappointed in you? Never."
He wouldn't say that if he knew the truth about what she'd done. She hurried out of the kitchen and down the hall to her computer. She had about 10 minutes before she had to absolutely leave to get the burritos and then get back to Jed's farm in time for breakfast. And she needed a new job closer to this farm, so Lee and Will didn't have to shoulder their mother's care alone anymore. A tiny part of her mind whispered about how close she'd be to Jed, too, and she definitely counted him as a reason that it was time for her to come home. Finally. Chapter 6. Jed took the steps to his cabin 2 at a time, the scent of cherry perfume riding the air. Or maybe his excitement to see Cherry had conjured up the idea of cherry-scented everything. The stables he'd cleaned out and refreshed before dawn hadn't even bothered him, not with this breakfast date on the horizon. He nearly rammed the door, as it didn't quite unlatch in time. He managed to get it open, and he burst into his house where he'd told Cherry to go ahead and enter. Running late, as usual, Jed's heart pounded when the gorgeous woman spun from the back of the house where the kitchen counter ran along the wall there. "Horses alive," she said, her dark eyes wide. "Jed, you scared me."
"Sorry."
He jogged around his simple furniture and took her squealing into his arms.
"I hate being late."
He leaned down to kiss her, as he hadn't really been able to say goodbye properly last night. The movement between them stayed slow and easy, and wow, Jed could not get enough of this woman. She broke the kiss first, her eyes latching onto his for a moment before she dropped them to his collar. Her perfume held no cherries, but something bright and citrusy, which mingled with the more savory smell of whatever she'd brought for breakfast. They swayed together, and while Jed's stomach tightened with hunger, he didn't release her.
"What's with all the secret talk?"
he whispered, keeping his face close to hers. She drew in a deep breath, her slight shoulders lifting as she did. "I don't know."
"How was sleeping at your mama's?"
"Okay." She tipped her face back again, and Jed touched his mouth to hers again. Heat and explosions moved between them, and he sure hoped she could feel them as strongly as he did. He pulled away first this time.
"How long are you staying?"
He brought her closer, and she laid her cheek against his chest. Jed could hold her like this forever, but he pushed on the brakes in his head. He couldn't get too far ahead of himself. After all, he'd just asked her when she was leaving town to return to her job in San Antonio. The farm was moving into calving season, and they had a branding day coming up. Their second and final market day was the weekend after Thanksgiving, and if anything, Jed's life was busier in the winter than any other time. Holidays, family obligations, work, and none of that took into account the commercial things they did at Forrester Farms. The corn maze would be transformed into a Christmas corn craze for the month of December, and that had to be done between Thanksgiving and the following Monday as well. A sense of pure exhaustion moved through him just thinking about the next couple of months, especially when Cherry didn't answer and simply held him in return. She did straighten after another few seconds, and she pushed her hair out of her face. She hadn't braided or tied it back that day, and, just like last night, Jed loved the way it flowed over her shoulders like cool, slow-moving lava. "I went to Hannah's," she said. "I got you that chorizo tornado burrito you like." She lifted the silver-foiled package with the green stripe around it. Jed grinned at her and took it. "Thanks, sweetheart." "I'm going to stay until next Sunday," she said, giving him a glance. Surprise burst through him. "Really? You took off the whole week?" "The whole week." "Well, I'll be." He unwrapped his burrito and added, "I might not have run if I'd known that." She giggled, but he moved around the island and sat at the bar. "Seriously, I'm out of shape." "Yeah, your huge muscles could really use some extra time in the gym." She rolled her eyes and turned back to the assortment of items she'd brought. She lifted a whole handful of them and put them on the island. "I got too much food." "You usually do." He bit into his burrito and moaned, the salty, spicy flavor of chorizo one of his favorite things in the world. "Hey," she protested, but she didn't really have a leg to stand on. Cherry liked to be the perfect hostess. He'd seen her bustle around at 2 weddings now, making sure everyone had what they needed. He'd been to the Cooper's farm for the 4th of July barbecue and fireworks show. She'd barely looked at him once her brother had come storming over, choosing instead to put out more cookies and refill lemonade cups. She sat beside him and unwrapped her own burrito, hers with an orange stripe. "The ham and cheese?" he asked. "Yes." She sounded defensive, but Jed didn't know why. "I don't like the spice." "You don't have to," he said, and then took another bite of his. He ate, trying to figure out why she had to defend what she ate. He had poked some fun at some of the things she ate. The pho place they'd eaten at last night, a good example of that. "It's good, but you don't have to like what I like." Their eyes met, and Cherry wore mild surprise in her expression. "Thank you," she said quietly, and Jed didn't know what to make of this version of her. He knew the fiery one, the passionate one, the headstrong one, even the quiet one. This contemplative, almost soft side of her? She hadn't shown that to him very often, and Jed's world tilted off balance a little. "What are you going to do today?" he asked. "What's tonight like? When will Rissa bring her baby home?" "That's a lot of questions," she said. Cherry hated questions, but Jed couldn't help himself. He took another bite, this one far bigger than necessary, to give himself time to calm the heck down. He didn't need to burst out of the gate like an over-eager bull trying to prove something. All he'd do is get whipped after he fell flat on his face. Praise the heavens above, his phone chimed, and it was the sound Jed had assigned to Easton. His older brother didn't like waiting for a response, and Jed chewed while he read his brother's text. "Mandatory meeting at 2 o'clock, he'd said. "Confirm that you'll be in the office on time." No please, no thank you, no explanation. Easton wasn't gruff, per se, but he certainly didn't mince words. He didn't say more than necessary, and he also didn't like questions. Jed had a tractor to check that day, as well as a pig pen to repair, but he could be at the office where Easton managed a lot of the administrative tasks for Forrester Farms at 2. He took another bite, glad he hadn't had to explain himself to Cherry quite yet, and tapped out a single word. Confirmed. "You'll be late," Easton texted just as Chris also confirmed with the exact same message. Jed saw an opportunity here, and he hurried to type. "Who will?" he sent. "Me or Chris?" "I won't be late," Chris said, and Jed started to chuckle. "Besides, Easton, no one will die if I am." "Seriously," Jed said, piling on Easton now. "You don't even know what I'm doing today. I might have a meeting in town at 2. "You will," Easton said, as he wasn't the fastest texter in the world. He wasn't even close, and Jed laughed out loud that he'd gotten off full sentences while Easton typed 7 letters. "What's so funny?" Cherry asked, peering at his phone. He didn't care if she saw it, and he pushed it closer to her. "You have a meeting in town?" Chris asked, and Jed shook his head and took another big bite of breakfast. "He doesn't have a meeting in town," Easton said. "He's being cheeky." Jed pulled his phone back and sent, "You said I'd be late. That's rude." "You are late a lot," Cherry said. "I'm busy," he clarified. "It's not like I was out in the barn going, 'Oh, I think I'll make Cherry wait for me while I eat this ice cream.'" He shook his head because he knew he ran late. He didn't need Easton or Cherry pointing it out. "It's not rude if it's true," Easton said. "Yes, it is," Jed sent, and only half a second later, Chris said the exact same words. That made Jed smile too, and he tucked his phone away, done with the conversation with his brothers. If he had to put up with them at 2 o'clock, they weren't getting another moment of his time this morning, especially not with Cherry here. Cherry slid him a look out of the corner of her eye. "What flavor do you have out there?" "What?" Jed searched her face. "Out where? Flavor?" The corners of her mouth quirked up, a knowing glint in her eyes. "Jed Forrester, you love ice cream with your whole soul, so I'll ask you just once more. What flavor or flavors do you have out in the barn?" Caught, Jed didn't know how to answer that wouldn't get him in trouble. "First," he said, "I don't eat ice cream before noon. It's a personal rule of mine." Cherry started to giggle, and that sound drove right into Jed's heart. He could picture this woman in his life so easily, and he wondered what she saw in her future when it came to him. Too far ahead, he told himself, and he recentered on the moment at hand. "Secondly," he said, "there's no freezer in the barn, only a fridge, so technically there are no flavors of ice cream in the barn." "Technicalities," she said. "No," he said. "Details. Important details." She half rolled her eyes as she shook her head, and he caught a glimmer of that deep emerald he'd only seen once. His pulse picked up speed, and he slid his hand along her thigh to her knee. "Third," he said, moving his mouth closer to her ear and speaking in a lower voice. "There's double chocolate peanut butter and coconut chocolate delight in the stable. The freezer down on the end by the wash stall, not the one by the main entrance." His 2 favorite flavors paired with chocolate, coconut and peanut butter, and Jed may rotate in other flavors. The banana cream pie was divine, but he always had those 2. And I know exactly how much of each, so don't be taking your pretty self out there to sneak a bite. Cherry laughed then, the magical sound of it filling the cabin with joy. He hoped his walls would catch it all and hold it for a long time. Perhaps they could replay it for him that evening when he lay in bed and tried to fall asleep, Cherry on his mind. "You're still going to Mandel's," she said, no question mark in sight.
"Is there a better place to get ice cream?"
He straightened and removed his hand from her leg. "Not for you." She gave him a smile and added, "Rissa won't come home until tomorrow afternoon, most likely. I'm headed back to Mama's after this to help her with a few things. Tonight is open."
"Open," Jed repeated. "I like the sound of that."
"It's actually Saturday night," she said. "Travis and Shay are cooking dinner at the farmhouse, and my nosy brother has already asked me if I'll be there. At all, or with a +1. She balled up her foil package without looking at him. Jed's heart banged against his ribs as if he'd locked it behind bars and it wanted out. He cleared his throat.
"I might be able to make that work."
"Yeah?" She turned toward him then, her eyebrows up and hope filling her gaze. "I'm not sure I can endure the big family dinner alone." He heard the words she didn't say. "Not when I'm the only single one." Except she wasn't single now. She was with him.
"If you're going to be here for 8 more days, I'm surprised your family hasn't assigned you a night to cook."
"Oh, they have," she said dryly, lifting up onto her feet to snag a slim package with no colored band. "Want a churro?"
"Is that a real question?"
She grinned and passed him two, then settled onto her bar stool again. "Rissa usually cooks on Tuesdays, and I'm taking her spot this week." She cocked her right eyebrow and added, "You'll come, right?"
"I will clear all of Tuesday and Wednesday,"
Jed said with a wide grin, and Cherry laughed again. He liked that he could get such a response from her, and he reached over and threaded his fingers through hers. Words piled into his mouth, but he didn't say them. The gesture alone was enough for her to know that he'd hold on to her no matter what she chose to do. This time, he wouldn't give up on them because of distance. He'd stand by her side and be there when she needed him, and hopefully they could rescue one another from their lonely lives in separate houses.
"Maybe," he cautioned himself. "Again, don't go too fast."
And for Jed, pressing on the brake was really hard, but in this case, also really necessary. Jed walked into the office in the mobile home, what operated as their home base, at precisely 2 o'clock. He still had to move through the front of the trailer where Amanda, their office administrator, worked. She'd already set up a Christmas tree, and she could be counted on to have any number of holiday signs with cute sayings on them. Today, she didn't sit at her desk, and Jed walked past it, past the tree, past the sign that read "Gather" above the kitchenette at the back of the room, and down the hall to the left. Easton's office took up the front 2/3 of the building, with supplies for their various activities in the commercial cornfield in the back part of it.
"Howdy,"
he said as he walked in. Chris had already sat down, leaving the chair on the right for Jed. He took it as Easton fiddled with something on his computer. The clock ticked, and Jed raised his eyebrows and looked at Chris. His younger brother rolled his eyes, which made Jed smile. Easton definitely had more arrogance than both him and Chris.
"How was breakfast?" Chris asked.
"Great," Jed said. "Yours?"
"Deb made chocolate chip pancakes," he said with a smile. "So also great."
"Your shirt looks really clean," Jed said, sliding his eyes down his brother's blue plaid-clad chest and torso. He grinned, because he'd just said that Chris hadn't been out working yet that day.
"Yours is really dirty."
Chris grinned on back at him. "How's the sty coming?"
"It's giving me fits,"
Jed said, his smile sliding back into a straight face.
It never was square, and I think I'm going to rip the whole thing down and start from the ground up."
"Wow," Chris said. At the same time, Easton said,
"Don't do that. I need you to finish it this week so we can get you over to the hayloft before the winter rains come."
Jed turned his gaze on his older brother, everything in the room cooling while they looked at one another. Easton had left Sweetwater Falls for a time, thinking he'd like to do something besides run and manage the family farm. He'd come back after only a few years, and their daddy had welcomed him like he was the prodigal son. Jed didn't have hard feelings. Not really. Sometimes he got annoyed by Easton's superiority complex, and now was one of those times.
"If I don't build it right, it'll just collapse again," he said. "The hayloft is fine for another couple of weeks."
"He can probably do both," Chris said.
"Not if I have to be out in the fields for calving," Jed said.
Someone had to check them every hour. While Forrester Farms wasn't large enough to be termed a cattle ranch, they did have a fair few head on their land, enough to keep 3 men busy, and they employed 4 others, as well as the part-time staff, to work the corn maze. Easton held up his hand. Not that Chris or Jed had anything more to say.
"We've got problems," he said.
"We do?" Chris asked, leaning forward.
"What kind of problems?"
Jed leaned backward and steepled his fingers, listening and watching. Easton gave away so much just in his body language, and Jed knew someone had quit, someone who carried a huge weight around the farm, before Easton sighed.
"Amanda gave her 2 weeks' notice today,"
he said, his eyes now glued to something on his desk. Jed gasped, though that might have been a bit overdramatic. It was better than Chris's shout of, "What?" A legit shout, and Jed startled, his eyes flying to Chris's and then back to Easton. He wore a look of disapproval now, as if he had any right to be upset about Chris's reaction.
"Her daughter is leaving for school in January," he said. "She's relocating to be near her."
Jed frowned, though he knew Amanda's daughter had some special needs. She'd raised her alone for the past 10 years or so, and she'd graduated in the spring. She hadn't started college right away, but she was now, apparently. He couldn't help thinking that yet another blasted college had thrown a wrench into his life. Still, he cleared his throat and said,
"Well, that's good for her, but bad for us." "We need a new office administrator," Easton said with another overdramatic, overemphasized sigh.
He finally looked up from the nonsense on his desk.
"Do you guys have any idea of who we could hire?"
"How would we know?" Chris asked. "This is something you advertised for, East."
"I don't want to do that."
His brother went back to studying folders, and Jed exchanged a glance with Chris. Chris nodded toward the desk, like Jed should say something. His big mouth always got him in trouble, and he gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head. He didn't know what to say here. Easton had fallen in love with their last office administrator, the one before Amanda. Then Bethany had skipped town with a man Forrester Farms had employed for 3 weeks, and the last Jed had heard, they were married with 3 or 4 kids. His older brother had never really recovered. He dated here and there. He'd gone back to Jenny Lynn Dennis a couple of times now, the most recent time only a few months ago at the 4th of July picnic next door. But there was something between the two of them Jed didn't know about, and they'd never really gotten very serious.
"Jed,"
Chris muttered, and Jed took a deep breath. He had a very real feeling he was about to set off a bomb with himself still in the room.
"Cherry Cooper," he blurted out. "She might be looking for a new job, and she'd be real great here, East."
His brother looked at him, his hands frozen over something non-important.
"Cherry Cooper?"
he repeated, the words coated in disbelief. When he started laughing, Embarrassment crept up Jed's spine and settled in his face in the form of heat.
"Don't be ridiculous," Easton said. "We're not hiring your out-of-town girlfriend."
He looked at Chris, that conversation obviously over.
"Who else?"
Chapter 7. Cherry opened Rissa's front door for her, saying, "Okay, got it," as her sister and Spencer came up the steps to the porch behind her. Sunday afternoon sunshine lit the whole world, and with baby Bronson in the carrier, everything in the whole state of Texas was right. The whole world, actually, and Cherry hadn't experienced a glow like this in a long, long time. Jed had to cancel dinner with her last night, but she'd still gone. Everyone had been on their best behavior for some reason, and Cherry had escaped without having to answer too many questions. She'd texted Will and Lee about Jed anyway, and her oldest brother had come by the house while Cherry had been helping Mama wash and set her wigs. She'd cleaned up the back porch and covered all the furniture, put down the shades in the sun porch, and completed that task and other minor ones for Mama and Daddy. Jed had been silent most of the night, and when she'd finally asked him why, he'd said his 2 o'clock meeting had bled into the whole afternoon, evening, and night. He'd tell her more today if she could swing by the farm later. As Rissa walked into her charming country home with her perfect husband, who carried their darling baby boy, Cherry wasn't sure if she could get away. She wanted to hold Bronson for a good long while so her sister could shower. She'd make dinner, too, and do anything else Rissa and Spence needed. "I'll take him," she said, reaching for the carrier the moment Spencer entered the house. "I'll feed him and get dinner going. You guys go take a nap." They both looked a little shell-shocked and 100% exhausted. Rissa sighed, her eyes filled with appreciative tears when she faced Cherry. "Thank you," she said. "I would like to shower."
"I'll nap while you do that," Spencer said to his wife.
He turned back to Cherry from the mouth of the hallway as Rissa disappeared down it.
"You sure you're okay?"
"Totally okay," Cherry said, almost anxious to be alone with the baby. Then, perhaps, she could pretend that he was hers. Having a child of her own was one of the things Cherry had given up 6 or 7 years ago, maybe even before that. Now, though, she lifted the tiny 8-pound human from his protective carrier and settled him into her arms. He grunted and groaned as if she'd disturbed him mightily, stretching one skinny arm above his head, and she cooed at him, smiling all the while. Bronson settled quickly, and Cherry sank into the rocking chair Will and Travis had made for Rissa. They'd brought it over this morning, and Cherry began to hum as she towed herself and the baby back and forth softly. Her eyes drifted closed, and such contentment filled her. Only the rhythmic sound of the chair on the hardwood floor sounded in the house, along with her breathing. Warmth from the baby seeped into her, and Cherry swore she heard choirs of angels singing. Through all of that, keen understanding that the past was in the past filled her. Cherry sighed, the fight with herself finally over. She still had some hard conversations to have, but in that moment, with such a beautiful baby in her arms, she felt like she could say anything. A light knock sounded on the door, and her eyes flew open. Lee entered, followed by Rosalie.
"Hey,"
he whispered, his face filled with the same light Cherry felt inside her.
"We just brought dinner."
Cherry nodded and said, "They went to nap and shower." She smiled at Rosalie, the perfect complement to Lee's gruffer personality. "Where's Ford?" "We left him and Autumn at Will's," she said, perching on the edge of the couch nearest the rocking chair. "Thought they might be too noisy." "Do you want to hold him?" Rosalie definitely looked like she wanted to hold the baby, but she looked up at Lee as he came back into the living room. "No, you look so comfortable with him." "You can feed him," Cherry said, though she did want to be the best auntie to this little boy. If she didn't live here, she had no idea how that would be possible. Rosalie would live right down the road, Gretchen and Shay too, and Cherry suddenly felt far more left out than she knew possible. For so long, she'd chosen to be the black sheep, the sister who didn't live here, who didn't want to live here, who liked her freedom and independence in the city. Her throat closed, and she stood and carefully passed baby Bronson to Rosalie. "I'll get his bottle." She met Lee's eyes, and they'd always been able to talk without saying a word. He followed her into the kitchen, where she set about the task of making a bottle. As she had no children, she had to read the instructions on the side of the formula can, but she got the job done. "Here you go," she said, handing the bottle to Rose. She smiled at Cherry, not really seeing her, because the baby had blinded her. Cherry knew how she felt. "Come on," Lee said under his breath. "Come talk to me out back." Cherry went with him, her pulse shooting through her body at the speed of light. On the tiny back porch, she and Lee looked over the fields, now recently planted with their red winter wheat. "You've got a snake in your belly," he said. "I have to tell you something," she said. "Everyone." She swallowed. "But maybe I'll start with you, and then you can tell me what to do." "I'm terrible at knowing what to do," Lee grumbled. But he looked at her, and his gaze held acceptance and love, and Cherry knew he'd do whatever he could to help her. She linked her arm through his and said, "Don't look at me." "My word," he growled, but he trained his eyes out on the fields. "Happy now?" She wasn't, but it would be easier to talk if he didn't have his eyes boring into her. "Remember how I said there was more to me leaving Sweetwater Falls than Charlie?" Just mentioning her once boyfriend made her skin grow cold. "Yeah," Lee said. "I know you and Daddy sometimes don't—" "It's not Daddy," Cherry said, cutting him off. She had no idea how to push these words out of her mouth. "I was upset one night," she said, wishing she hadn't. "It doesn't matter. I left when I found out I was pregnant." Lee held very still. His breath hissed out of his mouth, no shape or syllable to it. "What?" he finally said. Exactly, she thought. She'd never been married. Her parents would have been so disappointed in her. In her mid-30s, she should know better, right? She knew how babies were made. "I didn't want anyone to know," she said, familiar self-loathing creeping up her throat. "So I left. I was almost done with my master's degree, and I just thought, no one will have to know. Everything will be fine." Lee looked at her, but Cherry leaned her cheek against his bicep so she wouldn't have to bear the weight of his gaze. "Cherry," he whispered, "you could have told me." Those 4 words made her whole world better, and she smiled as tears rolled down her face. "I didn't want you to think badly of me." "I don't," he said. "I wouldn't have." "I was scared," she said, her voice too high and not even her own. "I'll bet." He tightened his arm against his side, and in the next moment turned and drew her into a hug. "No one else knows?" "You're the first person I've told," she said. "Even Mama?" he whispered. "Even Mama." She couldn't even imagine telling her mother about her misdeeds. "Where's the baby now?" Lee asked. "I lost it," Cherry said, "only a few weeks after I moved to San Antonio." Lee exhaled again and held her right where she wanted to be, safe within his arms, Safe with her brother. Safe and loved, no matter what. There was a lot more to the story, but Lee didn't ask for the details. Cherry didn't want to talk about them. Seeing that little baby just made everything churn up, I guess. She stepped back and wiped her face. She blew out her breath as she faced the fields again. Thank you, Lee. For what? For saying I could have told you. She finally dared to look at him, and Lee wore compassion and worry on his face. I want to come home. He graced her with a warm smile. Then come home. I need a job first. No, you don't. Just go pack up and come back. You'll find something. Cherry moved into his side again, and it sure was nice having a tall, strong cowboy for a brother, especially one as kind and wise as Lee. You won't tell anyone, will you? Not a soul, he said. Not even Rose, Cherry said. Not even Rose. He wouldn't either, Cherry knew that. Lee was a man of his word, and he was extraordinarily gifted at keeping secrets. All right, she said, breathing out a sigh. Who's cooking tonight? You're not? She looked at him, sure he was joking. You're kidding, she said. He chuckled and shook his head. I thought you were. Rissa and Mama usually do, but I'll go get pizza, she said, an idea forming in her mind. Can you guys stay and help with Bronson so Spence and Rissa can rest? Yeah, sure, Lee said. Great. Cherry stretched up and kissed his cheek. Love you, brother. I love you too, Cher. She left him standing on the back porch, and she called in her order for pizza, salad, and breadsticks the moment she got behind the wheel of her car. She texted everyone in the family that she'd have dinner on the farmhouse table in a little over an hour, and then she texted Jed about joining her. He called, which said Jed to her more than anything else he did. I want to, he said instead of howdy. But we're clearing the corn maze tonight to start to get it ready for our Christmas thing. All right, she said, a hint of frustration creeping through her. How about I bring you some dinner then? You already brought breakfast yesterday. Yeah, and I haven't seen you since, she said, starting to feel some attitude. Maybe you don't want to see me. Cherry, don't say that, he said with a sigh. What were you going to eat for dinner? I don't know, frozen pizza? This'll be better than that, she said. Just say no if you don't want me to come. He didn't say anything, and Cherry smiled to herself. All right, cowboy, she said. I'll see you in a couple of hours. Cherry, he said, almost like he was afraid she might hang up on him. Hurry. Yes, sir, she said, clearly flirting with him, and then she ended the call. She was starting to see a future for herself again, a future with a woman who had hopes and dreams, after a few years where she'd stopped allowing herself to think or imagine or hope for anything in her life beyond what she currently had. But Sweetwater Falls, her family, the farm, that baby, and Jed? Yes, Cherry was ready to start dreaming again, and instead of running from the hometown she'd thought she hated, she wanted to return to it. Pizza? Jed said with a laugh a few hours later. He jogged the remaining distance between the two of them, took the 2 boxes of pizza she'd brought, and put them on the roof of her car. He swept her into his arms, twirling her around. You want me to fall in love with you, don't you? He teased. Cherry held on to those glorious shoulders and grinned at him. Is that what it takes? A couple of pizzas? It doesn't hurt, Jed said, smiling as he lowered his mouth to hers. He kissed her like he hadn't seen her in a month, not just over 24 hours. You taste like chocolate. Guilty,
she murmured against his lips. "Mama made her cookie pie." "Tell me you brought that, and I'll ask you to marry me tonight." He searched her face, but Cherry laughed and shook her head. "You'd have to fight off my brothers for leftover cookie pie," she said. "Dang," Jed said good-naturedly. "I guess the proposal will have to wait." He reached for the boxes and led her toward his truck. He helped her up onto the tailgate, then flipped open a box of pizza and pulled out a slice. He ate it in silence, and Cherry just enjoyed being outside, in his presence, the scent of cheese and marinara floating on the air. "I have to tell you something," he said, real serious-like. She looked at him, nerves pouncing through her chest. "Oh, yeah?" "Yeah." He wiped his mouth with a napkin from the box. He couldn't look at her, and tension descended on the two of them. "I guess I'll just blurt it out." "You're pretty good at doing that," she said, teasing him as she reached for his hand. He squeezed her fingers tightly. "Forrester Farms needs a new office administrator, and I think you'd be perfect for it." Cherry opened her mouth to respond, but she hadn't been expecting him to say anything like that. "Oh." "Yeah." He sighed and reached for another piece of pizza. "I thought you might be telling me one of your secrets." Jed looked at her, and Cherry smiled. No, she wasn't just going to accept the job outright without thinking things through first. He was her boyfriend. This was his farm. He'd be her boss. All of that knotted and tangled inside her. And no, she wasn't going to accept the job right now. He hadn't even offered it to her. He'd told her about it. He chuckled and shook his head. "That wasn't a secret." He frowned. "Or maybe it was. I don't know. Easton said I shouldn't tell you, but Chris has been needling me since yesterday afternoon to offer you the job." "So that's why you were distant last night," she said. "I wasn't distant," he said. "I was arguing with Easton." "Ah." He finished his pizza and said, "We can swap secrets later if you want." "Later? As opposed to just sitting here and doing it?" "Yeah." He took out a third piece of pizza and hopped down from the tailgate. "Right now, I want to show you something." He offered her his free hand, and Cherry looked from it to his face. He wore a mischievous smile that went so well with his dark brown cowboy hat, that navy blue shirt, and those jeans. He was cowboy perfection, and he had to know it. The thing with Jed was, he didn't. So, wanting to go on an adventure with him, she put her hand in his and said, "All right, cowboy, show me something." Chapter 8. Jed could have eaten 3 more pieces of pizza, but he'd felt awkward chowing down while Cherry sat there, her legs dangling from the tailgate of his truck. He felt 15 again, ducking around the corner of the barn so no one would see him sneak a kiss with her. She wore jeans that tapered to her ankle and a pair of shoes that couldn't go far on the farm. Her pink blouse slipped through his fingers, and she giggled against his mouth. "Is this what you wanted to show me? The side of the barn?" "No," he said, gaining control of his hormones. "But it was nice, right?" Cherry looked up at him, happiness dancing in her eyes. "You seem different," he said, cocking his head slightly to see her better. She ducked her head, which he could have predicted, and Jed backed up. "Come on." He took her hand and led her along the side of the barn. "So this is something I've been thinking about for a while." "Is this one of your secrets?" She stumbled slightly behind him, but Jed didn't try to catch her. He'd already said something to push her away, and he wasn't going to act the knight now. It had only made her angry in the past. He'd spoken true. She was different, but he couldn't put his finger on why or how.
He did want to whisk her away from her life in San Antonio, but only if she wanted to come to Sweetwater Falls of her own volition. "Yeah," he said, "it is." He paused suddenly and gripped her hand. "You can't tell anyone." "I won't," she said, her breath coming in a couple of quick spurts. "Do we have to run there?" He grinned at her. "You're never happy." He started walking again, slower this time. "I am too," she argued back. "You don't want to kiss me by the barn. I'm walking too fast." He said, "It's fine. I know I'm a pedal-to-the-metal guy, and you're not." "Well, I hope not," Cherry said. "I'm not a guy at all." "You know what I mean." He'd been teasing, but the conversation turned sober. "I like to go fast, and you're more cautious." "Only in some things," she said, refusing to give in to him. He half liked that, and half wanted her to just let him be right for once. "You're doing it again," he said, keeping his eyes forward. He suddenly wasn't sure he wanted to show her his secret. "Doing what?" "Arguing with me about how the sky isn't blue." Cherry said nothing, and a slip of vindication moved through Jed. The fact that she didn't argue meant he'd been right about her moving slower than him, and that she'd been arguing with him on purpose. She didn't mean to, he knew, and guilt seeped into him for feeling victorious that he'd called her out. "You're not wearing the right shoes," he said, coming to a slower stop once more. "We can see it from here." He gazed past all the fields and cattle in front of him, his focus on the horizon. Cherry, in the kind part of her heart, looked and waited. Looked some more, even going so far as to shield her eyes from the sinking sun in the south sky. "What am I looking at, Jed?" He swallowed, the lump of fear really hard to get down far enough that he could speak. "I've been talking to Lady Jones for the past couple of years." His voice stuck in his throat, and he cleared it out. "Betty Jones?" "I know the name," Cherry said, her grip firm against his. "She owns all the land you can see way out there on the horizon." "Back behind yours," she said, not asking. "Yeah," he said. "Her husband died 5 or 6 years ago, and she's been doing the best she can. I started helping her with some of her bigger tasks one day when I was out on the ATV checking the herd." "Of course you did," Cherry said. Jed filed that for now, but he wanted to ask her what she meant by that. Should he not help a neighbor who needed it? A widow with grown children who'd left their ranch and not returned, even after their daddy's death? Betty had hired help, but it was never enough, a feeling Jed knew well. "She's getting ready to sell, and she asked me if I wanted to buy her place." Cherry pulled in a breath, but she didn't ask him if he was going to do it. The question sat there between them anyway. "My secret is that I want to," he said quietly into the fading light. "I haven't talked to anyone about it yet, besides Betty. And now you." "You should do it," Cherry said, and that got Jed's eyes off the dark line on the horizon. He focused on Cherry, his smile curving his lips. "Yeah?" he challenged. "Why should I?" "Because you'd be a great farm owner," she said. "It's a ranch," he said, "and not cattle." He looked back out across the land he loved so much. "What kind of ranch?" "A rescue ranch," he said. "Right now she takes in horses, cattle, ducks, pigs, anything really. Any animal that needs help, and she nurses it back to health. She just got a couple of llamas, and she's been over here trying to figure out how to help them." "You gave her petals, didn't you?" Cherry asked, her tone as quiet and reverent as his. He chuckled and ducked his head. "I'm that transparent, aren't I?" She leaned her head against his arm and wrapped her other hand around the two of theirs already laced together. "Only to me," she said.
My daddy has always said that I want to help creatures in need, Jed said, laying his head atop hers. He's right. It's just this need in my soul. You should buy it then, she said, and not because you'd manage it well, but because those animals need you. Easton will be livid, Jed whispered, and I have no one to work it with me. I'd have to hire a ton of people, and I don't know how to do that. He does that. Jed liked to think about the rescue ranch south of Forrester Farms, but that was all he could do. Think about it. They need me here, he said. They'll make do without you, Cherry said firmly. He stepped in front of her and turned his back on the land. How do you know? Because, she said, lifting one shoulder. He took her other hand in his, wishing they could fly away together up into the sky. That's how the world works. We like to think we're indispensable, but we're not. You could leave this farm, and it might be hard for your brothers for a little bit, but they'd find someone else to do what you do, and then... She shrugged again. My job is the same. I like to think I'm good at my job. You are good at your job, he said. Yeah, she said, but that doesn't mean someone else can't be good at it too. He tilted his head again, trying to catch the dying sunlight in her eyes. Are you saying you're going to quit? She gave him a sly smile. Jed, she said, plenty of flirtatiousness in her tone. That's a secret. Oh, come on, he said, partly frustrated and partly enjoying this game. I told you one of mine. Her eyes blazed as they searched his face. She reached up and cradled his jaw in one hand, then the other. He let her hold him there, and the sweetest feeling of adoration moved through him. He felt it coming from her, for him, and as much as that thrilled him, it also surprised him. This softer side of Cherry held many surprises, and he leaned down and kissed her. That he knew, and that she responded to in a predictable way. Jed didn't like the unpredictable, which was why he'd not mentioned Lady Jones's land to anyone. He'd told her he'd talk to his daddy, and he would, just not today. Jed pulled away and leaned his forehead against Cherry's. Did you mean I have a big heart when you said, of course, I helped Lady Jones? Yes, she whispered. Satisfied, he rejoined her at her side, the two of them silent and studying the horizon. I have a secret, she finally said, right when Jed's foot had started to fall asleep. He shifted it, and then turned the movement into a step. He turned around, and he and Cherry started making their way back to the parking lot where his truck, her car, and the pizza waited for them. Do tell, he said. I did a little job searching here in Sweetwater Falls yesterday, and today while everyone was at church. Jed kept his eyes trained on the ground, a smile blooming on his face. That's great, he said. There's not much, she admitted. But Mama needs me here, and I don't know how to be the best aunt in the world from San Antonio. Jed chuckled. That baby has you wrapped around his finger already. Yes, Cherry whispered. But that's another secret, Jed. You don't get two in one day. Apparently I do, he whispered back. They neared the barn, and Cherry slowed. Jed, she said, serious again. He paused and looked at her as she tugged her hand away from his. I'm 46, Jed. I can't have babies. Jed blinked, nowhere near experienced enough with women to know how to respond to that. All right, he said easily. All right. She turned the fire on in her eyes, and Jed leaned closer, ready to get burned. Yeah, he said, only inches from her face. All right. You don't want kids? I mean, I don't know. I've never really thought that much about it. Who will inherit your rescue ranch? She asked. Having kids doesn't guarantee you an heir, Jed said. Look at Lady Jones. She has 4 kids, and none of 'em want that place. The fight went out of Cherry, but a very important conversation had just happened. Jed slid his hands in his pockets, ready to explore this further. They started along the side of the barn again, and as they approached the corner he'd ducked around earlier to kiss her, he said, "You realize you just asked me if I'm okay not having any kids with you, right?" Like we'll be together," Jed said. "In the future. Married. But you can't have kids, so we won't be able to have any." He refused to look at her. "And you wanted to know if I'm okay with that, right?" She said nothing, which was irritated Cherry speak for yes. "So I just want you to know I'm okay with that," he said. "And if you wanted a baby, I'd do whatever I could to get you one." "How would you do that, Jed?" she asked, a slice of acid in the question. "Adoption," he said simply. They made it past the barn and continued down the road. The parking lot beside the corn maze, which Chris was still plowing under, had street lamps that cast down pools of light. "Thank you for the pizza, ma'am," he said when they reached her car. "Did you want to take the extra home with you?" "No," she said quietly. Jed touched her face, which brought it up, and he tucked her hair behind her ear. "Why are you sad?" "Why do you ask such hard questions?" she fired back at him. When Jed was afraid of losing her, shutting her down, or making her go silent, he'd laugh and duck his head. Now, though, he gazed back at her and waited. "I don't deserve you," she said. "Funny," he said. "I was just thinking the same thing about you." He pulled her flush against him and whispered, "Please don't be sad. I hate it when you're sad." "You can't fix me, Jed," she said back, something she'd told him previously, several times. "I know that," he said. "I'm not trying to fix you, Cherry. I just want to know why me saying I want to be with you, whether we can have kids in the future or not, makes you sad." "It doesn't," she said. "It makes me happy." "You don't look happy." She stepped back, her smile soft and silky, and Jed wanted to taste it and hold it against his heart. "I am," she said. "I'm just working through some things." "You can stay in cabin 4 any time you need to," he said. "The offer is open, as is the cabin." She nodded and looked past him to the nearly mown-down cornfield. "It's not that." "Then what?" He slipped his fingers through the belt loops on her jeans and brought her against him again. "Tell me how to help you." Cherry looked up at him and said, "Keep being you, Jed. That's all I need from you." He nodded, sure that wasn't true. He was the lucky one in this relationship, and he was the one who didn't deserve her. "Will you think about the job here?" he asked in one final feat of bravery. "I already am," she said. "Will you send me Easton's number?" "Oh, I didn't do that yet?" Jed whipped out his phone and sent her his brother's number, wondering what hive of bees he'd just knocked out of the tree. Her phone chimed, the sound mingling with her giggle. "Good night, cowboy." She opened her door, but Jed stepped in front of her so she couldn't get in. "You can't go until I know when I'll see you again," he said. Their eyes met, the moment powerful, and Cherry said, "I'm helping Mama in the morning. What does lunchtime look like for you tomorrow?" "Lunchtime looks like kissing behind the barn," he said with a grin. Cherry shook her head, though delight danced in her eyes. "You're impossible." "You know, we don't have to always have a meal to see each other." "I know," she said, "but Daddy's grilling steak tomorrow night, too, and I'm sure he'd love to see you." Jed snorted, the sound morphing into a laugh. "Yeah, I'm sure that's what he's thinking."
"If you can come," she said. "We eat about 5:30. Jed moved out of the way so she could get in her car, which she did. They didn't make plans for who'd cook or bring lunch. Cherry would, and they both knew it. She'd come to his place, and Jed would only need to show up. He waved to her as she left the parking lot and headed down the road and around the corner out of sight. Half an hour later, he had just walked into Chris and Deb's when his phone rang. His stomach sank to his boots, but he managed to get the extra pizza box onto their kitchen counter while the twins shouted his arrival. "Just a sec, guys," he said to them, laughing. "I have to answer Uncle Easton." He swiped on the call and escaped out the back door of the house amidst whining and crying from Dylan and Drake. "Howdy, East." "Did you give Cherry Cooper my number?" his brother demanded, and Jed caged his sigh. He didn't have to bow to his brother. He wasn't king. "Yep," he said, with plenty of pop on the P. "She'd be perfect for this job, Easton, and we need her." His brother sighed and said, "Fine. She's interviewing on Thursday, and you better be there." "Fine," Jed said, not willing to apologize for this. At the same time, his stomach jolted and flipped, because while he wanted Cherry back in Sweetwater Falls, he couldn't help wondering if working right there at Forrester Farms was a little too close. Chapter 9. Clarissa Rust woke when she heard Bronson fussing. She slid from underneath the comforter, Spencer's breathing staying even and strong. He'd gone back to work on the farm where they lived that morning, and she didn't want him to have to be exhausted when he left again in a few hours. Across the hall, she scooped the baby boy into her arms, shushing him quietly. She began to hum as she tucked him against her chest. A certain smell told her he needed to be changed, and she quickly darted across the hall to close her bedroom door and then Bronson's. He didn't like being changed, as he had a bit of diaper rash already, but she couldn't leave him as he was. She switched on the small lamp beside the rocking chair and laid him on the changing table. It had been hers, and Mama had stored it in one of the sheds for all these years, finally pulling it out over the summer when she'd learned of Clarissa's pregnancy. So much love filled the room, and Clarissa worked quickly to get Bronson changed, clean, with ointment on, and re-diapered. He screamed through it, of course, and she hastened to wrap him back into a tight bundle. "Need help?" Spencer asked behind her, and she turned toward him. "No," she whispered. "Sorry. I tried to do it fast so you wouldn't wake up." He approached her, his hand sliding along her lower back as she lifted Bronson back into her arms. The boy settled now, his eyes wide open as he sought his daddy's voice. "Hey, bud," Spencer said softly, reaching with his free hand to stroke the boy's flimsy hair on top of his head. "He was just messy, and now he needs to eat." Clarissa leaned into the strength of her husband. "You can't do that, so just go back to bed." "All right," he said, but he didn't move. "I can feed him before I go out in the morning, then you can sleep in." "Okay," she agreed. They'd been doing a mix of breast and bottle feeding, as Clarissa still had things to do around the shop here at Sweetwater Falls Farm. She hadn't done much the past couple of weeks, and the hours slipped through her fingers like smoke since she'd brought her baby home only a few days ago. Spencer left the room, and Clarissa sank into the padded rocking chair in the corner of the nursery. Her brothers had made one for the living room, and she sat there in the afternoons and napped while Bronson did the same thing in her arms. Tonight, after she got him eating, she closed her eyes and rocked gently. She loved this quiet time in the middle of the night between her and her son. She let her mind go wherever it wanted, but as she couldn't get up and do anything, it had become a time of reflection for her. Right now, she thought of Cherry. Her sister slept down the road and around a couple of corners at the farmhouse where they'd grown up together. Cherry hadn't done that in so long, and Clarissa felt some measure of peace when she pictured Cherry at home now. Bless her, she thought, with clarity and purpose. Her sister wanted to do the right thing, Clarissa knew. She just didn't always know what that was. Clarissa didn't either, which was why she relied on others to help her. Spencer, Mama, Daddy, and the Lord. Cherry had told her she had a job interview that day, but she'd refused to say where. She came over every day, usually about mid-morning, with Mama. They helped Clarissa with her house, with meals, and with Bronson, and then Cherry took Mama home about lunchtime. Their mother couldn't do much more than that, and Daddy had said she'd been napping most of the afternoon each day this week. Clarissa had told Cherry last night not to bring her. She needed to rest, and they'd have a quiet house all day since the family didn't gather for dinner on Thursday nights. Cherry had agreed, and she'd then told Clarissa about the job interview. Cherry never made big family announcements, so Clarissa wasn't sure how many people knew her sister wanted to return to Sweetwater Falls. Lee probably did, as he and Cherry had always been close. Will might, too, as Cherry spoke with him about her career a lot. Travis? Clarissa wasn't sure about him. She was the last Cooper child, with Travis just older than her, so she was close to him. But Cherry and Travis had always had some rift between them Clarissa didn't understand. They were the more competitive Coopers, and she suspected that was it. That, and Travis didn't go out of his way to maintain friendships, at least not with Cherry. Once Bronson had finished eating, she laid him in her lap and told him what a good baby he was. His pupils were so large in the dim light, they were anyway, and she couldn't wait to watch her newborn become a baby and then a toddler. She pressed a kiss to his face and placed him back in the crib. He gurgled and grunted at her, but she left him there to go back to sleep. Tomorrow he'd be a full week old, and Clarissa's life had changed drastically in such a short amount of time. She climbed back into bed, and Spencer rolled over, obviously not asleep. He gathered her into his arms, and she breathed in the male, musky scent of his skin. "Okay?" he asked. "Yes," she whispered, her eyes closed again. "You're warm." Clarissa counted him as her greatest blessing, and she fell asleep in the safety of her husband's arms. When she woke, the sunlight streamed through the window to her left, and the scent of coffee hung in the air. She didn't hear a baby crying, which made her smile. She got up, brushed her teeth, and put on a pair of sweats with a matching sweatshirt. She found Spencer in the kitchen, their baby strapped to his chest as he fried eggs. "Then you just flip 'em," he said to Bronson, whose head looked bent at a 90-degree angle and who faced Spencer's chest, not the stove. He flipped the eggs while she watched, her smile growing. He put the eggs on a plate and turned, catching sight of her. "Hey, sweetheart." He smiled at her, and she didn't move from where she leaned against the corner of the wall in the hall. "Did you want breakfast?" "Not fried eggs," she said, pushing away from the wall. "I'll just take coffee." "You have to eat more than coffee in the mornings now." She knew that, and she set a couple of pieces of wheat toast just for him. Her appetite in the morning was almost nothing, but she forced herself to eat enough to satisfy Spencer. Then she took Bronson from him, kissed him, and waved to him from the front porch as he swung into his old white truck to go to work. Inside, she bathed Bronson, who liked the warm water and her singing and smiling at him, until the ointment had to go on his diaper rash. "I know, buddy," she said, pure agony pulling through her. Parenthood had brought a whole new range of emotions, and she wished she could take the pain from her son. She'd have done it gladly. She had just returned from a walk when Cherry's dark sedan pulled up. Her sister jumped from the car, saying, "I've got him, Riss. Have you showered today?" Clarissa straightened from the stroller where she'd been bent over to unclip Bronson. "Not yet," she said. "We just went on a walk." Cherry wore a beautiful blouse in black with white, cream, and gray circles swirling around. Her professional black slacks went well with it, and the pair of heels on her feet. Clarissa had always been jealous of Cherry's clothes, as her sister had such great fashion sense and the money to buy the clothes she wore to work. "Did you go to the interview already?" Clarissa asked as her sister lifted Bronson from the stroller. "Because he's going to puke everywhere and ruin that blouse." Cherry grinned like she couldn't wait for that to happen and put the baby over her shoulder. "I'm finished, yes." "And?" Clarissa started up the steps after Cherry, leaving the stroller out front. She usually folded it and leaned it against the house, but her interest had focused somewhere else already. "It went great," Cherry said, her tone cheerful. "I don't know if I'll get it, but I felt good about it." Inside the house, Clarissa closed the door as Cherry sank into the wooden rocking chair their brothers had made. "Are you going to tell me where it was?" Cherry grinned at Bronson, then switched her joy to Clarissa. She hadn't seen her sister like this in years, over a decade. Even when Clarissa had gone to San Antonio and stayed with Cherry while she looked for a chef job, she hadn't seen her sister like this. She'd never beamed this level of happiness, even before she'd left town. When she'd dated Charlie, she'd clearly been pretending to be happy. Clarissa couldn't help smiling back at her, and she sat down on the couch and crossed her legs. "You seem so happy, Cherry." Her smile slipped a little, and she looked back at the baby. "I am," she said. "So where was the job interview?" Cherry looked up again, this time looking out the window next to the front door. "Forrester Farms." Clarissa sucked in a breath. "What? You're going to work a farm? Cherry, you can do that here." "Not work their farm," she said, switching her gaze back to Clarissa. "Their office administrator is quitting. The job interview was for that." Clarissa searched her sister's face. "I don't understand," she said slowly. "You could also do that here. Lee would probably be so grateful for the help, and everyone knows how organized and detail-oriented you are." "I already talked to Lee about it," Cherry said. "I know I could work here. I know he'd be happy about it. The fact is, I don't want to work here." "Why not?" Clarissa asked. "It's not that bad." It wasn't bad at all. Clarissa loved what she did on the family farm, as it brought things to people's lives they needed. Sure, just ice cream and spreadable cheese, but that was enough for her. "I might have a mental roadblock about it," Cherry said. "I can admit that. I do want to come home, but it feels cheap for me to just step into a job here just so I can do that." Clarissa didn't understand, but then again, she'd never really understood Cherry's reasons for why she did what she did. "What about Jed?" she asked. "What about him?" Cherry stroked her fingertips lovingly along Bronson's head. "He was in the interview. He told me about the job." "He wants you to come back." "Of course he does." Clarissa smiled at her sister, who refused to look at her. "He's in love with you." Cherry burst out laughing, which surprised Bronson, who started crying. "Oh, baby," she cooed at him, bouncing him in her arms while she giggled in a quieter manner. "I'm sorry to scare you. Hush now." He quieted down, but Cherry's eyes still danced with merriment. "He's not in love with me." "Yet," Clarissa said, folding her arms. "So, will you take that job?" "If they offer it to me, yeah, I'd take it." Cherry's smile waned. "Why wouldn't I?" "Mixing business with pleasure," she said. "It's not always smart." "Jed says he hardly goes into the office there. It's Easton I have to deal with." Cherry rolled her eyes then.
and he's no picnic, let me tell you." "None of those Forresters are," Clarissa said, grinning again. "Chris is the nicest one, which is why he's married when his two older brothers aren't." "I like Jed," Cherry said. "Sure, I know," Clarissa said, "because he's saltier than you, and you need someone like that to put up with your sass." Cherry rolled her eyes again. "I'm here holding your baby so you can shower. Go do that instead of insulting me." "I wasn't insulting you," Clarissa said, giggling as she got to her feet. "You are kind of sassy." She stepped over to Cherry and kissed the top of her head. "It's what I love most about you." She leaned down and looked right into her sister's eyes. "And he should, too. He's not making you into someone different, is he?" "No," Cherry said, the word simply falling from her mouth. She looked a little shell-shocked for a moment. She blinked, and the life roared back into her face. "I get to be as sassy as I want with Jed, and he puts up with it." "Good," Clarissa said, turning to go shower. "I'll be back in a few minutes." "All right," Cherry said, and Clarissa paused the moment she was out of sight down the hallway. She heard Cherry say, "I'm not too sassy for Jed, Baby Bronson." She smiled to herself because she'd stumbled upon Cherry telling her baby boy secrets several times over the past few days. "He's probably too nice to me," Cherry mused. "I'll have to talk to him about that." Of course, Clarissa thought, even when the man was clearly trying to tame his inner beast to be with Cherry, she wasn't satisfied. "Now, don't you tell anyone," Cherry said next. And since Bronson couldn't talk, he wouldn't. Clarissa leaned forward so she could see her sister. She gazed down at the sleeping infant, pure joy in the part of her face Clarissa could see. "But I'm going to put in my 2 weeks' notice on Monday, whether I have a job here or not. I have to be the best aunt in the world, and I can't do that from San Antonio." Happiness galloped through Clarissa, and she headed down the hall to take that shower. Cherry would make the move without a job, but that didn't mean she'd like it. "If she can get a job first," she said to her reflection, as if she had any control over that, "that would be ideal. Help her to get a job first." After all, Clarissa just wanted what was best for her sister, and that was clearly to be here with her family. Maybe it had taken a baby to bring her home, but Clarissa didn't care. Stranger things had happened than a baby bringing a family back together, and she just wanted her sister to be happy. So if that meant she got to tend to Bronson every day, or if she got the job at the farm next door, or she married the handsome Jed Forrester, Clarissa didn't care, as long as Cherry was happy. Chapter 10. Cherry made the turn onto the lane that led to the corn maze the same way she had over a week ago. No cars sat in the parking lot today, and in fact all of the corn had been plowed under. She went past all of that and turned left down another dirt road that had cabins lining both sides of it. She glanced at cabin 4 where she'd stayed previously. This time she'd slept all 9 nights here in Sweetwater Falls at the farmhouse. She'd left Mama and Daddy on the front porch, both of them weeping and sniffling, with promises that she'd call when she got home to San Antonio, and that she'd be back real soon. "Real soon," she murmured now, Jed's cabin growing larger as she approached. He came out onto the porch as she came to a stop, a smile on his face that said he didn't want to have this conversation. Well, she didn't want to either. She still got out of the car and went up the steps. "Hey," she said. "On your way?" He nodded the brim of that sexy cowboy hat toward her car. "Yeah," she said. Easton had not called about the job yet. She'd not interviewed for anything else. She was due at work tomorrow morning, and she didn't know how to not show up. She had to go back to San Antonio and pack up her house, get her cats,
cancel utilities and memberships at a gym, all kinds of things. She couldn't just stay here, though she wanted to. She stepped into Jed's arms, glad when he sighed and held her against his chest. "I miss you already," she whispered. "I hate it when you say stuff like that," he said, no softness in his tone. "Why?" She pulled away. "Most people like knowing they're going to be missed." His jaw worked as his dark eyes searched hers. "I don't know. I just hate goodbye." "I'll be back in 2 weeks for Thanksgiving." "Yeah." He looked past her now, out onto his farm. "I know." She didn't like the boiling in her stomach any more than he did. She had no idea how he actually felt, but from the way he was acting this morning, it wasn't good. "Have you talked to Easton?" She cleared her throat, hating the question the moment it got voiced. "He said he's got another couple of interviews." Jed clipped the words out, which indicated his anger. Cherry had thought about telling him one of her secrets this morning, a small one, nothing too big or heavy. Now she just wanted to leave. Instead of giving in to that, however, Cherry put her hands on Jed's waist and then ran them up his chest. He looked at her, mild surprise in his eyes. "If I don't get the job here, it's okay," she said. She hitched a smile to the end of the statement. "Want to know why?" He swiped her hair back off her face, letting the cooler air have a shot at her neck. He dropped his eyes there, softening like a brick of butter in the microwave. "Why?" "It's a secret," she said, lowering her voice to a whisper. Jed leaned closer, his other hand moving along her back and bringing her closer to him. "I like secrets." Cherry smiled to herself, too close to Jed for him to see it. She didn't want to leave with this tension between them. She wanted no regrets when she finally got behind the wheel of her car and waved to this handsome cowboy. "I already texted my boss, and we have a meeting set for tomorrow morning." Her mouth touched his earlobe as she whispered her secret, and he shivered. Oh, Cherry liked having that power over him, as much as she tried not to think of it like that. "Are you quitting?" he whispered back. "Oh, now that would be 2 secrets in less than a minute," she said, falling back and gripping the collar of his denim jacket in both of her hands. She grinned up at him. "You have to tell me one of yours before I spill another one." He smiled at her, and the heavens opened with rays of beautiful light. Before he could say anything, she stretched up and kissed him. The soft hair of his beard tickled her face, and he kissed her back with plenty of energy and enthusiasm, unlike their first kiss when she'd arrived several days ago. "I don't want you to go," he said, his voice soft and low. "That's not a secret," she said. "Sure it was," he said. "I don't like saying stuff like that out loud, because then you close off, so I've been keeping it a secret." Cherry giggled and watched her hands as she slid them down his chest and back up. No shivers that time, but she sure did like touching him. She looked up as she sobered, and Jed's smile slipped away too. "I don't mean to close off," she said. "This letting people in, a man." She blew out her breath. "Letting a man in is hard for me. Keeping them out is easy. It's my default. I'm trying." "I know you are," he said simply. A moment later, another grin kicked up the corners of his mouth. "Was that the second secret?" She smiled too, but some of her melancholy had eased back into her heart. "No," she said. She exhaled again as she stepped out of his arms. "I think I've said enough for today." "Oh, come on." He grabbed onto her hand as she pulled it back. "You don't have to go yet." He brought her back into the circle of his arms easily, because she wanted to be there. "Once, when I was a little boy, I wanted to ride horses, but my daddy said no.
I snuck away from my chores and saddled up anyway."
"You devil," she said, and he chuckled. "What happened?"
"Nothing happened," he said. "I did my ride and I put the horse back in the stable. I finished my chores. No one ever said anything to me about it."
She said. "Usually when we disobey like that, something bad happens. You know, the horse breaks his leg or something."
"Yeah," Jed said. "Not this time."
He shrugged and blinked his way out of his memory.
"That's a secret, I guess."
"Kind of a lame one," she teased, just to get him to smile again, which he did.
"Tell me another of yours, then."
"All right," she said, fiddling with his collar now. "Even though I moved to San Antonio 12 years ago," she swallowed and kept going, "and I've been dating like professors and counselors and whatnot, I've never seen myself with someone like that."
"No? Who do you see yourself with, then?"
"A cowboy," she said, flicking her eyes up to his and back to his perfectly flat collar. "I'm not even sure I've admitted it out loud to myself."
"Well, you just did, sweetheart."
He put one finger under her chin and lifted it so he could kiss her. She sank into his touch and matched his movement, desperate to tell him so much more, but not having the courage or the words right now. He pulled away and asked,
"Why do you want a cowboy?"
"I don't know," she said, trying to catch her breath. "I guess I believe that a cowboy will always be there for me when I need him. He'll let me be strong when I'm strong, and he'll rescue me when I'm not." She offered him a small smile, and Jed lifted her hand and kissed the back of it. His eyes never left hers, and she fell a little bit more in love with him. Standing right there, on his farm, in the country silence, she fell and fell. "I should go," she said, hoping those words would catch her.
"Cherry," he said,
and she paused at the seriousness in that deep, gorgeous voice.
"I can't imagine a time when you'll need saving, but if one does come, I'd be honored to ride up on my trusty steed and rescue you."
She grinned at him, but he didn't return it. Maybe Clarissa was right, and this man was already in love with her. She pushed against the thought because she couldn't deal with it right now. "Like you're a prince and I'm a princess?"
"Yeah,"
he said, real serious.
"just like that."
She kissed him again because he was morphing into a prince to her, and she wanted to see if he'd taste any differently. He didn't, and she eased out of his arms and behind the wheel. She buckled her belt, waved goodbye, and drove away while he stood on his porch. When she hit the interstate, she finally allowed herself to say, "He's your cowboy prince, Cherry. Don't drive him away." She'd done that before, and she didn't want to repeat her mistakes.
"Cherry," Dr. Freeman said as he entered his office, "what are you doing here?"
"We have a meeting this morning," she said, rising to her feet. She was back in her cutest, most professional clothes, a green wraparound skirt with big buttons down the front of it, and a butter-colored blouse with tiny black dots. The heels on her feet felt foreign after over a week of sneakers and sandals, but she still knew how to stand and walk in them. "Remember I texted you on Friday morning?"
"Right,"
he said, though he'd clearly forgotten. He sat behind his desk with a sigh.
"Well, what can I do for you?"
Cherry had pictured the meeting going differently. She'd tell him her idea for leaving SATC and all the veterinary students she counseled here, and he'd beg her to stay. He'd never looked at her with any romantic interest whatsoever, despite her multiple attempts over the years to catch his eye. He wasn't married, no children. He simply wasn't interested in her. Jed was. Her ideas to probe him and see if she could get a raise or a better office went right out the window. She didn't retake her seat, but instead stood in front of his desk.
I hate to say this, she said, her voice shaking slightly at what she was about to do and say. Dr. Freeman didn't even look away from his computer, and his mouse kept going click, click, click. But my last day needs to be that Tuesday before Thanksgiving. That got him to stop checking his email or whatever occupied his attention on the screen. What? You're quitting? This is my 2 weeks' notice, she said. My mama isn't well, and I'm needed in Sweetwater Falls. She nodded like that was that, because it kind of was. She'd have to start stopping by the grocery store on her way home from work and getting boxes. She'd have to pack everything she owned, put her house up for sale, figure out where she'd live in Sweetwater Falls that would allow 3 cats, none of whom were outdoor felines. Mr. Whiskers would freak out, and Cherry would probably have to take him to the vet to get some sort of travel sedative for cats. Her to-do list suddenly doubled, then tripled, and her boss hadn't even said anything yet. Dr. Freeman stood too, his dark eyes confused. Do you not like the job? I like it fine, she said. My mother has been ill for a very long time. She certainly wasn't going to get into all the complicated reasons she'd stayed away for the past 7 years of Mama's illness. This has nothing to do with the job here, other than it's over 2 hours to my folks, and I need to be closer. Dr. Freeman's mouth opened and closed. All right, he finally said. I hate to lose you, Cherry. You're so amazing here. Well, thank you, Dr. Freeman, she said. I will have to look for something in Sweetwater Falls. Could I get a letter of recommendation from you? Of course, he said. Are there any colleges there? No, sir, she said. A high school. Maybe I can work for the city or a boys and girls club. She had been thinking about her employment options for several days now, but again, Dr. Freeman didn't need that information. We'll miss you greatly here. He looked and sounded sincere, and Cherry appreciated that. She told him as much, and then said she'd find the paperwork she needed to file and get that done with the college. Then she walked out of her boss's office, her step lighter and her heart happier than they'd been in a very long time. That evening, after she'd finished cleaning up after her meal of take-out Chinese food, she'd hardly eaten out in Sweetwater Falls, as the farm sat so far from town, and she'd sprayed the citrus linen air freshener to get rid of the soy sauce smell. She sank onto her couch. She wore sweats with a leopard print on them, and she remembered a strange, out-of-the-blue question Jed had asked her at Travis's wedding. Do you own any sweatpants? She grinned and texted him. Guess what I'm wearing? This sounds dirty, he sent back. Her phone rang, and she answered his call instantly. He was already laughing, and he said, I don't think a man should ever answer that when a woman asks it. Get your mind out of the gutter, she teased. I have on sweats. Remember when you asked me if I owned any? Did I? You did, she said, at Trav's wedding. You wanted to know if I was normal or not. Wow, and you still went out with me? He chuckled, and Cherry wished she could be in the same physical space as him. I can send you a picture if you'd like. Cherry, he said, his laughter fading. He didn't say anything else, and Cherry took a deep breath. All right, she said, blowing most of it out. You're the first to know, because you're bullying it out of me. I was going to tell Mama and Daddy first, but I'm not bullying anything out of you, he said, and she couldn't tell if he was upset or not, because she couldn't see his eyes. I quit my job today. Several beats of silence marched by, and Cherry couldn't stop smiling. You quit your job today, Jed repeated. That's right, she said, getting up as Feathers swiped her paw against the bell hanging from the back door. My last day is the Tuesday before Thanksgiving. Then I'm going to move to Sweetwater Falls soon after that. Wow. Cherry paused at the back door while Feathers ran out. She liked to torment the chickens next door, and sure enough, she stalked straight toward the coop that butted up against the fence between Cherry's yard and her neighbor's. "You don't sound as happy about this as I anticipated you being." "I am happy about it," he said. But she waited because there was a great big but between them. "But nothing," he said, a forced lightness to his voice now. "I'm thrilled. Maybe in shock a little. I'm sorry, baby. Of course I'm happy about this." He laughed, and it sounded partly nervous and partly joyful. Cherry didn't know what to do now, because she'd thought he'd yee-haw over the phone, which would have made her laugh, and then they could plan how the prince and the princess could sail off into happily ever after. She really needed to get out of her fantasies sooner. They only made living real life more disappointing. "Okay," she said, not wanting to talk to him anymore. "I'm going to call my parents." "Cherry," Jed said. "I'll talk to you later, okay?" "Okay," he said. And Cherry hung up a microsecond later. Her chest stung, but she dialed Daddy's number anyway. "Hey, Cherry Blossom," he said. "You make it back okay?" "Yes, sir," she said, her voice quivering in a way she hated. She pulled back on her emotions. "Is Mama awake?" "We just sat down to dinner," he said. "Everyone's here. Want to say hello?" She didn't, but Daddy didn't understand that. He'd never been one to step out of the spotlight the way Cherry did. "You're on speaker," he said. "Say hi to everyone." "Hey, Cherry," several voices chorused, and she picked out Lee's, of course. Shay, too, and she'd always had a special connection with Travis's wife. Tears pricked her eyes, and another fantasy played at the front of her mind. "Hi, everyone," she said when their greeting had died down. "I guess I have some news for y'all." She drew in a deep breath and heard a tiny cry from a tiny human. Bronson. She loved that baby so much, and a brand new reason for quitting and moving home filled her vision. "I quit at SATC today," she said, making her voice loud and clear. "When I come home for Thanksgiving, I'm going to look for somewhere to live and a new job." Only a single second of silence stood on the other end of the line, and then rowdy cheering blasted into her ear. Someone whistled, and they surely all had to be clapping, and Cherry let her tears fall down her face as her family, the very people she'd run from 12 years ago, cheered at the news of her return. Then Lee's voice came into her ear. "I took you off speaker," he yelled, because there was still plenty of chatter and laughter and applauding going on behind him. "Cherry, I'm so glad you're doing this." "It's time," she said, not caring that her voice cracked. Not with Lee. "Love you, sis," he said. "Love you too, little brother." She ended the call, and her house suddenly felt too quiet and too still. Why didn't Jed react that way, she wondered. And then her attention got snatched by her neighbor yelling at Feathers to leave his chickens alone. She yanked open the back door and called her cat. The feline came streaking toward her, and Cherry lifted her hand in apology to the man next door. He waved back to her, too, no harm, no foul, and she went back inside, sealing Feathers in the house with her. Jed called, but Cherry silenced her phone. He couldn't take back his lackluster reaction. He didn't get a do-over. The real question was, why wasn't he more excited to have her in Sweetwater Falls permanently? "Maybe it's all been a show," she murmured as she reached for one of the boxes she'd gotten at the grocery store that day. He likes the idea of this forbidden long-distance relationship. And if she came home, that element of their relationship wouldn't exist anymore. Chapter 11.
Jed paced the length of his porch, his frustration inching higher and higher with every breath he took.
"Pick up the phone, Cherry,"
he muttered as his fingers typed the same words. He'd called 3 times now, and she'd obviously silenced her phone, so she wouldn't get his text either.
"I was just surprised," he said. "I didn't realize you were really going to quit. I thought you'd want a job here first, that's all."
Easton had made it very clear that he didn't want to hire Cherry. Jed had stopped by his brother's office that afternoon, and Easton had said those exact words. "I don't want to hire her." They'd argued, of course. Cherry was the perfect candidate for the job, but her relationship with Jed made things too complicated.
"Easton thinks it would be unwise to hire you here. I'm so sorry. I'm upset with him, and Peanuts hurt his hoof, and Fish ran off, and today's been a terrible day, and I just didn't react well."
Jed collapsed into a chair on his front porch, feeling it wobble a little. That wasn't good. Needed to be fixed. He was so tired, though, and he couldn't see past his phone. He reached out and patted Fish, his black lab, but he didn't look away from Cherry's text string. She just had to answer. Finally, after several long minutes, a message popped up. Did Fish come back? Relief sprang up inside Jed, and he hurried to say,
"Yeah, he's right here, the devil."
"Will Peanuts be okay?"
"Doc Mortimer is coming tomorrow," he sent to her.
"I talked to Easton just now," she said. "It's fine. I can find something else."
"I'm sorry."
His phone rang, and Jed dang near dropped it in his haste to swipe on Cherry's call.
"Hey," he said. "I'm so sorry. I'm so happy you're moving here. Where are you going to live? You can have cabin 4.
She laughed, and Jed relaxed into the seat back behind him. Laughing was good when it came to Cherry. "I'm not going to live in cabin 4, she said. "Can you imagine? Your brother didn't even think it would be a good idea for us to work on the same property together. He'll blow a fuse if he finds out I'm living half a block from you." Jed sighed, because she was probably right. He hated that his brother could influence his life so much. But right now, Easton could.
"So where?"
"I don't know," she said. "I'm thinking closer to town. I can drive out to Mama's easily. I'll probably get a job in town."
"Yeah."
He sighed.
"Cherry, I'm thrilled you're going to be here."
"I know you are, cowboy."
"You do?"
"I mean, I figured," she teased. "Are you thrilled to help me move in December?"
"Oh, yeah," he said in a deadpan. "Can't wait for that."
She laughed again, and a smile finally formed on Jed's face. Today really had been a horrible day, and talking to her made it feel better. "You're not disappointed our relationship won't be secret or forbidden?"
"No,"
he said quickly, frowning. He reached up and removed his cowboy hat to scrub his hair.
"We can still sneak around the barn to kiss if you want."
"I think that's for you," she said. He chuckled.
"Yeah, probably."
He let out a sigh and rubbed Fish as the dog pressed into him. His chair gave against the extra weight, but he balanced it.
"Anything I can do for you here in town?"
"I'm not sure yet." Jed's feet came off the ground as Fish pushed into him further, and then he couldn't keep his balance. He yelped as the ear-splitting sound of cracking wood filled the sky, and then he landed hard on his backside on the porch. "Jed?" Cherry called, but her voice wasn't at his ear anymore. He'd thrown his phone somewhere. "Jed?" He groaned, not sure he could get his voice to work.
"I'll call you back,"
he yelled, and not a moment later, Fish licked his face.
"Fish, back up."
He pushed against the dog's chest, and he moved, only to come right back into Jed's personal space. The canine wore such a look of anxiety that Jed took a moment and said, "All right, bud, I'm all right. You're all right. We're both all right." He scrubbed his fingers along the dog's ears, hoping to erase his turmoil. It worked, and Jed got to his feet gingerly. His tailbone ached, and when he picked up his phone, a crack ran from one end to the other. "Great," he griped. "Just great." He looked down at Fish as the dog sat on his cowboy boots. "You shouldn't run away." He lectured the dog some more because if Fish hadn't run away, he wouldn't be so needy now. And if he wasn't so needy now, Jed would still be on the phone with Cherry in a chair that hadn't broken. He eyed the damaged furniture, but instead of cleaning it up the way he normally would have, he simply went back inside. Today was an ice cream for dinner day, and he figured he better eat to get sweetened up before he called Cherry again. Lee Cooper dashed toward the steps, his back mightily protesting the weight he carried in his arms. But Autumn would get blown away in wind like this. He reached the porch first and reached back to help Rose. "Go inside, baby," he called to Autumn as he set her on her feet. "Give me the pan, Rose." She did, and in the next few seconds they all burst into the farmhouse. He shut the door behind them and took a big breath. "Whew," Lee said loudly as Ford dusted himself off. Behind them, the wind rattled the doorframe, angry they'd escaped so quickly. "Bring that in here," Rissa said from the arched doorway. "Hello, Rose." Her face softened as she stepped into Lee's fiancé and kissed both of her cheeks. "You kids come with me." She extended one hand to Ford and one to Autumn. "Mama got all the stuff for cookie turkeys." Autumn cheered and pranced into the kitchen without taking Rissa's hand, and she giggled as she took Ford's and followed the little girl. Lee went into the kitchen, where he slid the pan of stuffing, which had apples baked into it, onto the countertop. "This isn't too hot," he said. Rose had made it at her house, and he'd picked her up a half-hour ago. "Great," Travis said. "Leave it there." He wore a black apron that went all the way up around his neck, and he whisked a huge glass measuring cup which held cream and butter. Lee didn't need to crowd the kitchen, and he stood at the end of the island and looked down the long table. At the end of it, Mama sat with all the grandkids, a total of 3 right now. She held Bronson in the crook of one arm while she showed Autumn how to put gumdrops on a striped cookie to make a turkey fantail. "Help me set the table," Will said as he approached. "I've only got the silverware out." "Cherry's not here yet?" he asked. He picked up a stack of Mama's Thanksgiving plates and followed Will as his brother moved around the table with matching bowls. "Not yet," Will said. "She went to Jed's for their family lunch, and they're not back." "Must be getting serious," Lee said casually. 2 Thanksgiving dinners?" "I have no idea," Will said. "I'm trying to help her find a job, not asking her about Jed Forrester." He shot Lee a look over his shoulder. "That's more your realm of expertise." Lee nodded, but he said nothing. He didn't want to betray Cherry's confidence about anything they'd been talking about. She hadn't said much about Jed in the past few weeks since Rissa's baby had been born, but Lee knew they'd rekindled whatever had been going on between them over the summer about then. "How's the job hunt coming?" "She's got some good things lined up," Will said. "I'll be shocked if she doesn't get the emergency services coordinator." "Talking about me, boys?" Cherry asked, and Lee twisted to see her entering the kitchen. She only glanced over to Travis before taking Will into a hug. "Yeah," Will said. "Just a little, about the jobs." Cherry closed her eyes, her smile about as genuine as Lee had ever seen it. She hugged him next, and Lee held her tightly, watching Jed watch them both from the safety of the arched doorway. Lee nodded to him, and Jed smiled in that big old cowboy way he had. He certainly seemed to like Cherry, and Lee didn't care who she was with as long as he treated her right.
"How was your first dinner?"
Good," Cherry said, stepping back. She cast a look to Jed, who came to her side.
"Howdy, Lee,"
he said, reaching to shake Lee's hand.
"Will?" "Howdy, Jed,"
they said together. As Jed shook Will's hand, he said,
"The turkey was way overcooked. My mama, well, she tries hard with poultry, but it's always a bit of a mess."
"There was a lot of gravy, though," Cherry said quickly.
"Yeah, because Deb knows how my mama is."
He flashed her a smile, and she linked her arm through his.
"You don't cook?"
Travis asked, joining the party, and Cherry and Jed backed up to make room for him. Tension rode in his shoulders, and his question almost felt like an attack. Lee tensed, and he wasn't even sure why. Travis wasn't going to start swinging or anything. He hoped.
"A little,"
Jed said, as diplomatically as possible.
"I can put together simple stuff. Mostly I eat from the freezer or boxes."
He chuckled.
"We don't have family dinners at my mama's every night of the week like y'all."
"It's not every night of the week," Travis said, rolling his eyes. He left the group, and Lee exchanged a glance with Will.
"What was that?"
Will challenged, following Travis. Lee simply sighed and pointed down to the end of the table.
"I'd go down there if I were you two."
"What's with Travis?" Jed asked under his breath as Lee headed for the kitchen, too. Will stood only a couple of feet from Travis, the two of them in a staring contest.
"Stop it,"
Lee hissed as he joined them.
"It's Thanksgiving, and Cherry obviously really likes that man."
"She likes everyone," Travis said, his voice tainted with bitterness.
"What is with you?" Lee asked. "You and Cherry have some fight or something?"
"No," Travis said darkly, his eyes tracking their oldest sister.
"Then what?" Will asked. "Don't make me regret telling Gretchen this would be a good meal. No fighting, I promised her."
"I'm not sure why you'd do that," Lee said, blinking at Will.
"Because we're not 14 anymore?"
Will rolled his eyes.
"Travis, please. Her daddy and aunt are going to be here any minute."
Travis dragged his gaze back to Will and Lee.
"Fine," he said, "but whoever is doing place cards might not want to put her by me."
"Why not?" Lee wanted this settled. He didn't need this cloud of negativity hanging over the house, and he certainly didn't want to have to jump in between Cherry and Trav at a moment's notice. But Travis had already turned back to the boiling pots on the stove. Lee looked at Will again and nodded toward Travis. Will shook his head, and Lee shrugged one shoulder as if to say,
"Your funeral, brother."
Will drew in a deep breath and tilted his head toward the ceiling.
"Lord, give me strength,"
he muttered. Then he stepped over to Travis and took the wooden spoon from him. He spoke in a low, quiet voice that didn't form meaning in Lee's ears. He exited the kitchen again, spying the glasses still on the counter. He got busy setting those around the table, smiling at Mama and the children as he went by. Rose, Shay, Gretchen, and Rissa sat on the sun porch with Daddy, and Lee noted that Cherry didn't go join them. He raised his eyebrows at her, but she simply shook her head and stayed at Jed's side, smiling at Ford when he turned to her and said,
"Look, Aunt Cherry, my turkey has 2 tails."
Aunt Cherry. She wanted to be a good aunt, and Lee couldn't fault her for that. She had come home a lot when Ford was a baby and a little boy, but he hadn't been enough to draw her back for good. Lee didn't dwell on it. Cherry had changed a lot just in the past year, and he wouldn't fault her for taking the time she needed to heal. He'd not asked her any questions about her pregnancy, which was why they had a great relationship, but Lee would be lying if he said he hadn't lain awake at night thinking about what had happened and who she'd been with. "Lee," Rissa asked, and he turned toward her. "How long until dinner? Daddy wants to know."
"I'll check," he said, and he turned back toward the kitchen. Travis gestured with one long arm, and Lee counted it as a miracle that he couldn't hear his brother's voice down here. He strode toward them, making his face as stern as possible. "Can you guys knock it off?" he hissed as he leaned his palms into the island counter. "You're the one who told me to talk to him," Will said. "I don't need to be talked to," Travis said, "like I'm some little boy who won't share his toys." He shook his head and untied his apron. "Dinner is ready. I'm not going to cause a big scene, and I'm not eating cold mashed potatoes." The three of them stood there and glowered at each other, and Lee didn't know how to diffuse this situation. He never did with his brothers, and he looked at Will for help. William Cooper had learned how to cool his temper quite a bit over the past several months, but he wasn't sure why Travis had chosen tonight of all nights to get riled up. "Travis," he said, wishing he could step in front of Lee. His brother had tamed his surly attitude a lot recently, too, and he wanted tonight to be perfect for Rose and Autumn. And Mama, Will thought. He wanted the holidays to be perfect for Mama, and surely Travis wanted that, too. "Can you shelve this for now?" Will asked. "For Mama? For Rissa? It's her baby's first Thanksgiving, and she doesn't want a big brawl over the turkey and gravy." "I don't want that either," Travis said. "Can we just not do this now? I was fine getting all my frustration out in the cooking." "You're really fine?" Lee asked. "Yes," Travis said, rolling his eyes. "I just don't want to talk to Cherry right now." "Why?" Will asked. "That's between me and her," Travis said darkly. He stepped away from the huddle and whistled through his teeth. "Time to eat, everyone." He went down the length of the table and helped Mama and the children clean up their turkeys. The women and Daddy came in from outside, and Will smiled at his wife. Travis softened for Shay, too, and Will prayed that he'd be on his best behavior for her, at the very least. "All right," Trav said. "Will and Lee are going to bring everything over to the table." He nodded to the two of them, and Lee jumped into action. Will did the same, using hot pads if Trav had laid them over the ends of the casserole dishes. Turkey, stuffing, bowls of mashed potatoes, roasted asparagus with balsamic glaze, creamed corn, freshly baked rolls, honey butter, raspberry butter, brown gravy, and white gravy. The dishes went on and on. Travis named them all as Lee and Will set the dishes down in the middle of the table. "We've got pies later, too," he said, his grin wide, "so don't eat too much now." "I think that's impossible," Daddy said, rubbing his hands together. He grinned from his spot in the middle of the table. "Mama, will you say grace?" Will put the last stack of napkins on the table and slid into his seat beside his wife, flashing her a smile as Mama nodded at Daddy. She waited for Lee to take his seat too, quiet forward, and then she smiled up and down the table.
"We are so blessed to have you all here with us," she said, her voice soft yet powerful. Will took Gretchen's hand in his and squeezed. She did the same back to him, and he reminded himself that even if he argued with his siblings, he always had her to comfort him. He tried to do the same for her, especially on days when she had to deal with her daddy's stubbornness. Sometimes Will would take him to his appointments and sit with him while he told the same stories he'd heard before, just to get him to take his medication. He'd do it every day, gladly, for Gretchen, because he loved her with all he had. "Dear Lord," Mama said, and Will bowed his head. His mama didn't allow cowboy hats in the house, and his hung on a hook by the front door. "We thank thee for family. We are grateful for all the men and women and little boys and girls who have joined our fold." She paused, and Will wasn't sure if it was from emotion or exhaustion. "Bless us to be thankful for each other," Mama said.
Sometimes we struggle with that, and if there are any here who need to forgive, allow them to do so. If any need to be forgiven, bless them with that as well." Another pause, and Will glanced up to watch his mama. She'd taught him so much over the years, and he hated watching her struggle to walk, to get out of bed, to cook, to find the right thing to say. "Bless the food," she said. "Amen." "Amen," they chorused, and Will added his voice to the rest of the family. Time suspended for a moment, where no one moved. Then Travis reached for the huge platter of turkey and said, "White meat, Mama?" Lee helped his son and his soon-to-be stepdaughter with the creamed corn and rolls which sat in front of him. The food went around, and Will took too much of everything that came his way. "How are you going to eat all of that?" Gretchen asked, looking at his plate. "It's a tough job," he said. "I think I'm up to the challenge." "Thanksgiving dinner isn't a challenge," Gretchen said. "And remember, I brought those crispy mint squares for dessert." She craned her neck to look over to the island. "I don't see them, but I brought them." Shayla leaned halfway across the table and picked up the basket of bread. "Trav hid those," she whispered, loud enough for everyone to hear. Maybe not the people down at the end of the table where Cherry sat with Jed and Spencer, but definitely her husband. "He loves them, and he's afraid he won't have enough to eat today." "Hey," Trav said, and Will wanted to tell Shay not to poke the bear. He looked at Trav, but he wasn't about to blow. "You're the one who said we should hide a few so you had breakfast for the next couple of days." Shay giggled and sat back down. "Did I say that?" She gave Gretchen a knowing look, and Will smiled too. Dinner continued without incident, and Will kept eating far past his comfort level. "All right," Daddy said as he took a couple of plates into the kitchen. "I want to hear what everyone is grateful for." A couple of people groaned, one of them Cherry. Will fully expected her to bolt, but do it in a Cherry-like fashion that made it seem like she was just stepping out for a moment. Then she wouldn't come back. Will had seen her do it loads of times, and he watched her as she leaned closer to Jed and said something he had to bend closer to hear. Will hated whispering in a crowd, and he very nearly rolled his eyes. They were both older than him, and they should know better. Cherry was acting like she was 16 with her first boyfriend, and Jed simply had stars in his eyes. Cherry wore her hair slicked back into an elegant ponytail that rested at the base of her neck, and her brown and white striped sweater felt festive for Turkey Day. She'd always been sophisticated and classy, and with Jed at her side, those qualities were only enunciated. He wasn't a slob or anything, but he wore black plaid with jeans, and his hair had clearly been under a cowboy hat for a while today. Will had always liked Jed Forrester just fine, and he glanced over to Travis. His brother had gotten to his feet, and Will got up to help clear the table too. He snagged another roll before he sat back down, and Daddy stood behind his chair. "All right, who wants to go first?" "I will, Daddy," Rissa said, and Will tore off a piece of bread. He could have predicted Rissa's next sentence. Anyone at the table could have. "I'm grateful for my husband and baby." "That's a cop-out," Travis said. "She can be grateful for whatever she wants," Mama said. "Trav, you're next." He looked like he might argue, but the tension in his jaw disappeared in the next moment. "I'm grateful that it hasn't rained much yet." "Rain?" Rissa challenged. "The lack of rain," Trav said back, throwing her a look that traveled the length of the table. "He can be grateful for whatever he wants," Mama said. Will honestly wasn't sure what had crawled into Trav's breakfast that morning, but he was seriously annoyed by almost everyone here. "I'll go, Mama," Will said, hoping to diffuse both Rissa and Trav.
All eyes turned to him, and Will wished he'd been more prepared for what he'd say.
I'm grateful that we have this farm, where we can all have a place to live in our own houses, but close to one another.
Silence followed, and Will glanced at Gretchen.
Baby?
I'm not going after that, she said.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Will, Lee said. Daddy, can we pause this?
No, Daddy said, grinning around.
Cherry?
Pass, she said.
I'm grateful for video games, Lee said.
That's a good one, Daddy, Ford said. I'm grateful for hacky sacks.
Will grinned at his nephew.
Have you shown Grandma and Grandpa how you can play hacky sack?
Not yet, Ford said, his face lighting up.
You should.
Ford looked at his father.
Dad, can we go get my hacky sack?
Not right now,
Lee said, shooting a glare at Will.
What? It's a good distraction, Will said.
I'm grateful for big families, Rosalie said, leaning toward her daughter.
I'm grateful for baby cows,
Autumn said, and Daddy chuckled.
Can't follow that, Spencer said, also laughing. I guess I'm grateful for dairy cows.
Dairy cows? Jed asked, a loud laugh following.
I'm grateful for corn.
Corn? Cherry asked, grinning at him.
Your mama said I could be grateful for anything, and I'm grateful for corn. Why's that?
Lee asked, though no one had to say why they'd chosen what they'd said. Lee didn't even play video games. His fiancée owned a gaming company, for crying out loud.
Because Cherry wandered into the maze at my farm, got lost, and I got to help her out of the corn.
Cherry positively beamed at Jed, and Will would give him points for saying the exact right thing.
I'm grateful for my grandchildren, Daddy said.
That was mine, Mama said, swatting his arm.
You can have it too, he said.
He surveyed the family at the table.
Who hasn't gone?
Cherry, Travis said, and Will threw him a sharp look.
Your wife hasn't said anything either, Lee said.
Shay smiled at Lee and then Mama and Daddy. I'm grateful for good examples in my life. Will lifted his arm and put it around Gretchen.
Your turn,
he murmured as he was fairly certain Cherry was going to pass again. I'm grateful for modern medicine, Gretchen said, and that kept the atmosphere solemn and somber. Everyone looked at Cherry, and she squirmed. For being the oldest and a Cooper, she sure didn't like being in the spotlight.
Cherry Blossom, Daddy prompted, are you going to pass again?
No, she said, and she cleared her throat. I'm grateful for family. Travis wanted to leave the dinner table, now. It was too soon for pie, but he got to his feet and picked up a couple of dishes left in the middle of the table. He could start the dishes, so then he didn't have to listen to everyone fawn over Cherry and how wonderful it was that she was back in Sweetwater Falls. He didn't like the poisonous thoughts eating through him, but he didn't know how to get rid of them. He hated with everything inside him that he'd run into Brandon Alcott a couple of weeks ago. He'd give anything to go back in time and make Will go to the hardware store. Apparently, Brandon had heard through the small-town rumor mill that Cherry would soon be returning to town. That wasn't hard to believe, as Will had been talking to everyone and their mule about a job for Cherry. He'd said some terrible things that Travis hadn't wanted to believe. He hadn't told anyone else about them, not even Shay. Everyone could see that he was slowly going rotten on the inside. He had little control over his temper, and he'd been trying to stick to the Berthas since running into stupid Brandon Alcott. The water ran hot in the sink, and he started rinsing the dishes and loading them into the dishwasher. Someone came up beside him, and Travis nearly threw the plate and ran. Hey, Cherry said.
Hey.
Travis couldn't do this here, but the words choked him. Are you okay? Cherry asked. He checked over his shoulder, and he caught both Will and Lee watching them. He shook his head and looked back at his sister. "Not really," he said, loading another plate into the dishwasher. "You've been kind of distant with me," she said. "Did you ever date Brandon Alcott?" Travis ignored the water and plates and silverware. "No," Cherry said, something shuddering over her face. "He says you did," Travis said, his voice barely louder than the running water. "It wasn't a relationship," Cherry said, her voice breaking. She turned fully toward him. "What did he tell you?" Travis faced her too, something storming inside his chest. "He said he slept with you, Cherry. I didn't believe him, and there may have been a scuffle in the hardware store." Tears filled her eyes. "It was a long time ago," she whispered. "I've only told Lee. Mama and Daddy don't even know." "So he wasn't lying?" "I don't know what he said," Cherry said, reaching to wipe her eyes. She blinked rapidly. "It's the main reason I left town to begin with." "Everything okay?" Lee asked. Travis handed him the sponge. "I need to talk to Cherry." He took his sister's hand and led her into the garage. "Travis," she said. "I hate feeling this way about you," he said, running his hands through his hair. "I knew you weren't happy here, but I didn't know this." "I was in a very bad place," Cherry said. "I'd just realized Charlie was never going to marry me. I was stupid. Brandon was there." She shook her head. "He was one of my friends," Travis said. "I can't believe it took him this long to tell you." "He wanted to know if you were still single." "We had a one-night stand." Cherry drew in a deep breath. "I got pregnant." Travis's mouth dropped open. "You did?" "I ran," she said. "It's taken me 12 long years to come to terms with myself, and I'm sorry." She looked absolutely miserable, and Travis didn't want that for her. He took her into a hug, and her entire frame shook as she cried. "I'm sorry, Cherry," he whispered. Guilt tugged and pulled and yanked through him. "I've been thinking the worst about you, and it's been eating me up inside. And really, I should have been helping you." "No one can help me," she whispered. "I'm the only one who can do that." She stepped back. "And before you ask, I lost the baby. There is no child out there. Just my pure humiliation and shame." Travis searched for the right thing to say. He wasn't entirely sure, but what came out of his mouth was, "Did you hear us when you announced you were coming home?" "Don't," she said. "We all want you here. We've wanted you here for a long time." She said nothing, and Travis gathered her into another hug. "Will you forgive me for being mad at you?" "Nothing to forgive." "Nothing for me to forgive either," he said. "Okay?" "I don't know how to tell Mama," she said. "Who says you have to tell her?" Travis asked. "I do," Cherry said. "I have to clear everything or I'll never stay here." "And you want to stay?" Travis tried a smile, and while Cherry didn't return it, her eyes weren't made of glass anymore either. "Jed wants you to stay." "If I'm going to be with him, I have to tell him too," she said. "Everyone has a past," Travis said. "Absolutely everyone. No one's perfect, Cherry." The door behind him opened, and both Lee and Will stood there. Rissa crowded in behind them. "Travis," she barked, "what are you doing to her?" "Nothing," Travis and Cherry said together. He faced the rest of his siblings and gestured for them to come out into the garage, too. They did, and he spread his arms and tried to hold them all at the same time. He could only get his arms around Cherry, patting Will's shoulder and then Lee. "I lied in there," he said.
I'm not grateful it hasn't rained yet. Well," he shrugged as much as he was able, "I am, but what I'm really grateful for is you guys, my brothers and sisters."
No one said anything, and Travis simply basked in the fact that he didn't have a demon inside him anymore, threatening to burst out and ruin Thanksgiving for everyone. "I'm grateful for you, too," Cherry said. "For you, Trav, and for all of you." "Me too," Rissa murmured, at the same time as Lee and Will. Travis met Cherry's eye, and she simply gave him a smile.
"All right," he said. "If we're all out here, who's doing the dishes?" "The better question is who's stopping Daddy from eating the pie straight out of the fridge?" Lee asked.
They all laughed, and Travis hung back as everyone went back inside the farmhouse. He took a deep breath once he was alone, and he looked up toward the heavens. A sigh moved through him, and he finally felt centered again.
"What are you doing out here?"
He jumped at the strange, almost robotic cowboy voice, and then laughed when he found his wife standing there grinning at him.
"You have a terrible male voice," he said.
"Admit it," she said. "You thought I was Lee for at least a second." Shay laughed, and Travis joined her.
"Not even a particle of a second," he said, taking her into his arms.
"Are you okay?" she asked, reaching up to run her hand down the side of his face. She loved him openly, and Travis appreciated that so much.
"I am now," he said.
Cherry looked like she'd been crying.
"Yeah," Travis said. "Healing hurts sometimes, but I think she'll be okay."
He opened the door, and they went back inside. "You know what's not okay?" Shay asked. "Gretchen found where we hid the crispy chocolate squares, and everyone's going nuts over them." Travis stood still and watched his favorite treat get devoured by no less than 3 of his siblings and Gretchen herself. She nodded quietly to a plate on the back counter where several more sat, and Travis touched his fist to his heart in a silent thank you.
"Come on, baby," he said. "Let's go join my loud, crazy family."
And they did just that. Chapter 12. Jed held the gray mare steady, staring straight into her eyes. Mares, he thought. They could kick up and buck at any time for any reason. Unpredictable was the best way to describe them, and Jed couldn't help applying the same word to the woman currently swinging her leg over Bluebell's back. Cherry landed in the saddle with an oof and a smile. Jed looked away from the mare, who hadn't moved a muscle, and caught the end of her grin.
"Okay?"
he asked, looping the reins over Bluebell's head and handing them to Cherry. "Yeah," she said. "I haven't ridden in a long time."
"Bluebell's retired,"
he said, swinging up into his saddle. His horse, also a pretty mare who he'd named Stormy, barely twitched her tail. "She was still a cow horse," Cherry said. "They have a drive."
"That they do."
Jed smiled at her while he got comfortable in the saddle.
"But she hasn't done that work for about a year now. She's not going to bolt on you."
He hoped. Bluebell had been a phenomenal cow horse, and Stormy still was. Easton worked hard with their horses, and in return, they worked hard for the farm. "We're not going far, are we?"
"Just out to the fence and back," he said. "Then you can see Lady Jones's farm."
His chest stormed, but he wanted her to see it up close and personal. He still hadn't answered the widow about possibly buying her farm, and the task weighed on his mind. They set off, the morning sky turning lighter by the minute.
"No shopping for you on Black Friday?" he asked.
"Not in person," she said. "I did a little bit online this morning already."
"Yeah, it's barely 7.
"They opened their sales at 5, she said. "Some at midnight, but I already have so many pairs of shoes that I don't wear." She laughed lightly, and Jed chuckled with her.
Are you moving them all here?" he asked. He still couldn't believe Cherry Cooper was moving back to Sweetwater Falls, especially so soon. When he'd seen her in the corn maze only 3 weeks ago, the distance between them had been the thing putting all the distance between them. So much had changed, and he thought, unpredictable again. He didn't need predictable. In fact, the volatility in his relationship with Cherry was what made it exciting for him. That, and the woman herself. But that could have been because of how unpredictable she was. He put a stop to the circular thoughts and took a long breath in, then out, over and over again. "Are you meditating?" she asked. "Just trying to be in the moment," he said, cutting her a look out of the corner of his eye. "I don't have a lot of slow moments on the farm, and when I do, I try to just stay inside them." She nodded, her voice staying quiet. They plodded along slowly, and Bluebell and Stormy minded their manners just fine. About halfway to the fence line, Cherry said, "I have a secret for you." Happiness filled him, and he let it shine through in his smile. "Let's hear it." She adjusted her grip on the reins, and as it tightened, he realized she was nervous about the secret. That sent a shockwave of nerves through him, too, and he swallowed. "Okay," she said. "I hope you won't be mad." "I hope I won't be either," he said, as good-naturedly as he could. He tacked a smile onto the end of the sentence, but Cherry didn't relax, which meant he couldn't either. "I talked to Easton," she said, then cleared her throat. In that 2 seconds of time, Jed's imagination went wild. What had she talked to him about? The job here? What had his brother said? Had he been rude to Cherry? Had she said something to him to upset him? Jed spun out of control, and he barely heard Cherry when she said, "And he said the farm could survive without you for a few days." He blinked, went over the sentence again, and asked, "What?" "The secret is that I got you a few days off to come to San Antonio and help me pack and get ready to move." Jed blinked, not sure if this was a good surprise or not. He looked at Cherry, whose face fell. "You don't want to." "I do," he said quickly. "But I think you and I need to have a talk about what a cowboy should do on his days off." Cherry sighed and looked away. "Yeah, no one wants to help someone pack. Don't worry about it. It was a dumb idea." "No," he blurted. "It wasn't. Of course I want to come help you." He nudged Stormy closer to Bluebell, and neither mare threw a fit about the proximity. Reaching out, he took one of Cherry's hands. "You don't have to strangle those," he said gently. "You don't have to hold them at all. She'll just keep walking." He lifted her hand to his lips. "Sorry for my poor reaction. I was surprised." "Secrets are usually surprising," she murmured. "That they are." He looked toward the horizon again and released her hand. She went right back to holding the reins too tight, but he didn't correct her again. "When is this vacation?" She scoffed, and he caught her rolling her eyes. "You know what? You're uninvited." "I'll call Easton." He dug into his front pocket, lifting slightly up in his stirrups to get his phone out. "No," Cherry said, the force behind the word enough to make him pause. Jed looked at her. "No." "Monday," she said. "I was going to go back on Monday, finish all the packing and cleaning, and be ready for when my brothers are coming next weekend." She blinked those heavenly eyelashes at him. "I got you the whole week off, Jed." His heartbeat started to tap dance in his chest. "I suppose packing and cleaning isn't a 24-hour-a-day job," he mused. "We might have to go to lunch or dinner, or even breakfast together, in the city." "I suppose," she said airily, as if no such thing would be happening. "You might have to go back to your office because you forgot something, and I'll just have to go with you to meet all your friends."
She made a horrified sound now, and that set Jed into full laughter. When he quieted, he asked, "Where might your boyfriend be staying in the city?" Cherry swallowed so hard he heard it above the clomping of the horse's hooves. "I have a 3-bedroom house," she said. 2 bathrooms. You'll have your own of everything." His throat forgot how to swallow. Having her stay in cabin 4 a few months ago had caused him to lie awake at night, thinking about how close she was to his cabin. And now she wanted him to sleep in the room across the hall from her, in a house she'd lived in for a decade? The whole thing would scream Cherry, from the scent to the sight to the bedding. He pictured it in bold patterns and shapes, maybe stripes or polka dots, because while she had always been standoffish and brusque with him, she had a side of her that loved decorating, good fashion, and bright colors. "All right," he said, barely getting the words out. "You don't have to strangle yourself," she teased, and Jed whipped his attention back to her. She grinned and laughed. The sound of it soared up into the sky, where it would make the birds happy too. "This is a big thing for us," he said. "Don't you think?" "Perhaps," she said. "Lord," he bellowed into the sky, "this woman never just says yes to me. I'm still waiting on that, okay?" Cherry laughed again, and she reached over and swatted his arm. He took her hand in his smile real and wide and genuine as he looked into her eyes. "I really am waiting for that yes," he said. "I know I've told you yes before," she said. "Perhaps," he repeated back to her, which made him laugh and her simply smile and shake her head. He sobered and added, "But not with big things, Cher." "You don't think so?" "No," he said almost instantly. "You do if it's something like, 'Do you want to grab pizza and meet me in the parking lot?' Then you say yes. But if I want to talk about how me going to San Antonio for 5 days, where I'm going to stay in a bedroom literal feet from you, you won't admit that it's anything more than this horseback ride." She fell silent, but she didn't pull her hand away. Jed counted that as a victory, since he took all he could get when it came to Cherry. She started to shut down. He watched the blinders go over her expression, and then she pulled back. She came back to him, fire blazing in those deep dark depths, highlighting some of that emerald he'd seen once or twice. "Maybe I do that," she said. "Maybe you do." "Maybe this horseback ride isn't simple for me," she said. "I know it's not." He also knew they weren't talking about horseback riding either. Talking and admitting how she felt wasn't easy for Cherry. Discussing hard things, like the future and what their relationship meant or where it could go, wasn't easy for her. "Maybe I need someone to push me." She started to pull her hand away, and for the first time Jed wouldn't let her. He held fast to her fingers, and when their eyes met, he wasn't sure if he was about to get a smile or a tongue lashing. The excitement of the unknown did make his desire for this woman swoop and flow through his whole body. "Maybe you need someone to fight with you about some things," he shot back at her. "Maybe you need someone to fight for you, who won't let you run away when things get hard, or there's things you don't want to do or talk about." He raised his eyebrows in a challenge, almost daring her to tell him she didn't need that, any of it, that she didn't need him. "May I remind you that you're the one who broke up with me?" "May I remind you that you're the one who said she was going to try to let me in this time? That she wasn't embarrassed of me, and that we didn't have to hide from anyone, even each other?" He looked away then, relaxing his fingers so she could pull away if she wanted to. To his surprise, she didn't. She kept holding his hand, and after a couple of seconds, it felt nice and normal. His shoulders went down, and he sighed. "I'm sorry," they said together, and Jed ducked his head, the top of his cowboy hat facing the sun, and chuckled quietly to himself. "I am trying," Cherry said. "You coming to San Antonio is a big thing for us," she said. "For me." She wouldn't look at him, but Jed didn't need her to. "Thank you," he said. They reached the fence, and Jed let go of her hand and jumped down. He threw the reins over the top rung and turned to help Cherry down. She slid into his arms, and Jed didn't back up to give her room. Out here, under the morning sun, with Bluebell staying put and boxing Cherry into his arms, he gazed down at her. "I'm real serious about you, Cherry," he said. "I just want to know if you're serious about me." She slid her hands down his chest and then back up, watching them instead of looking at him. When she finally raised her eyes to his, Jed didn't need glasses to see her true feelings. "I am," she said. "Why else would I arrange for you to have a week off so we could spend time together in the city?" In that moment, Jed realized Cherry was a doer. She might not say exactly how she felt. She might never tell him yes to a big, hard question for her. She'd show him. She'd done something huge so he could be with her next week. She'd already said yes. He just hadn't realized it. "All right," he said, glad for the rays of light that had been beamed into his mind. He leaned down and kissed her, and once again he got the yes in the way she kissed him back. In fact, he wasn't sure how he'd been missing it all this time. He pulled away and faced the land on the other side of the fence. "All right," he said, exhaling. "This would be the new farm." He really wanted her to like it, because if they did end up together, they'd live on this land with one another. "It looks great," she said. He drew her closer to him, a soft golden feeling moving through him. "It looks the same as where we're standing." "It's great here, too." She leaned into him, and Jed took a deep breath of her perfume. He really wanted to be in her life, and he ducked his head closer to her ear. "I'm excited for a city adventure with you." "You are?" "For sure," he whispered. "Me in the city? I'm not even going to know how to walk." She giggled and turned into him. "It'll be a fun week, I promise." "You can show me everything you've told me about," he said, thinking he'd probably see and experience a lot of things he never had before in the next 7 days of his life. And he wanted that so badly, because Cherry would be the one showing him. "Holy stomping mares," Jed said only a couple of days later. "Look at that." He pointed to a huge cathedral, and Cherry practically leapt into his arms. "That's the Cathedral of San Fernando," she said, twisting to look at it again. The stunning white structure took Jed's breath away, though it wasn't the only thing to do so. "It's incredible," he said. "This whole downtown area is something I've never even imagined." "You've seen movies," she said, shaking her head. "Quit acting like you've never seen a building over 4 stories tall." "Well, there is the hospital in Sweetwater Falls," he said, and Cherry grinned at him. "Come on." She tugged on his hand. "There's the greatest little bistro up ahead, and I'm starving." "Yeah?" he asked. "The 2 hours in the car really worked up an appetite?" He'd fed her at his cabin just before they'd left, too. She couldn't be that hungry. As Cherry gave him a sour look, Jed got another big city Cherry-specific lesson in his life. This wasn't about the food. This was about Cherry sharing her city life with him. "Because I am," he practically bellowed into the city streets, "practically starving." "All right," she said dryly. And Jed laughed as he pulled her to him, spinning her into his chest. There weren't a zillion people on the streets, as it was after the start of the workday and super windy right now. So he had no problem kissing her right there on the streets of San Antonio. Chapter 13. Cherry moved around her bedroom, doing nothing. She finally forced herself to sit in the small chair she kept in front of a bookcase. She loved to sit here over the weekend and read and reread her favorites. Tonight, she hadn't plucked a tome from the shelf, and she didn't part the curtains. It was dark anyway, and she didn't particularly like having open blinds and curtains when people could see in and she couldn't see them. Tonight, her mind ran in figure eights because of the man across the hall. Today had been the very best day of her 46 years. With Jed in the city with her, Cherry couldn't imagine anything better. Because while he was country through and through, it had literally been the absolute best experience they'd had together. An early lunch at her favorite bistro with fantastic food. Jed had ordered beef everywhere they'd gone, for lunch and dinner, and even for their mid-afternoon snack. She'd teased him about it tonight while she'd made her grandmother's caramel popcorn. He'd said he'd put some beef bouillon powder on it and love it. They'd laughed and laughed, but Cherry thought there was a kernel of truth to what he'd said. He seemed to have the need for red meat in his blood. She sighed, finally settled, and got up to change into her pajamas. Once she'd done that, she checked her phone, only to find several texts from Jed. "It's not as dark here as it should be," he'd said. She giggled softly to herself. He'd already told her his worries and fears about sleeping in the city. She'd told him she couldn't stand all the country silence, the way the coyotes could howl or the sound of a car could send her into a frenzy. Here, the noise of the city was like ambient sound. She didn't even hear it. "I can hear people driving by," he'd said next. "The bed sure is comfortable, though. My mama told me to bring my eye mask to block out the light. She's a genius." Cherry shook her head as she started to respond. "You close your eyes, cowboy. That's how you block out the light." She hadn't quite finished typing when another text came in. "You must be asleep already, yeah?" She quickly finished and sent him the message. She climbed into bed, something inside her life opening right up. It had a Jed-shaped form, and she knew if she let him, he could walk right inside and be in her life. Truly be in it. "Close your eyes," he said. "I did that, and there was still all this orange light." "That's for the cats," she said, a sudden jolt of panic filling her. Then she remembered she'd removed the pet night lights, but I took those out and put them in their bedroom. "I think it's hilarious you have a bedroom for cats." "Here we go again," she said, but she couldn't straighten her mouth. "Me having cats isn't an issue for you, is it?" "They're not as good as dogs," he said, "but no, not an issue." "Not as good as dogs?" Cherry scoffed, her fingers flying now. So engrossed in telling him all the finer points of felines was she, that she didn't hear anything happening in her house until he knocked on her door, loudly. "Cherry," he said, plenty of teasing in his voice. She looked up, her heartbeat like striking lightning in her chest and throat. "I didn't mean it about cats," he said through the door. "You're not mad, are you?" Cherry looked down at her perfect argument. She'd stopped in the middle of the sentence, and she decided to go with that. She sent the text, then threw her comforter off and got up. His phone dinged loudly in the hallway, and Cherry stifled her smile as she crossed her room and pulled open the door. "Better than cats," she said, adding a lot of bite to her words. He looked up from his phone, but Cherry's eyes had started to drift down his frame. The man, she hadn't seen him without the jeans, the cowboy hat, the plaid shirt, and the belt buckle for a while, if ever. Right now, he wore a pair of dark gray sweatpants, a t-shirt that was clearly for a child with the way it strained across his chest and shoulders, and nothing else. No hat, no belt, no cowboy boots. She had no idea what to do with that picture of him. The person standing in front of her almost didn't seem like Jed Forrester. "You're staring," he said, and Cherry yanked her gaze back to his. "You're not wearing your cowboy hat." "No, ma'am," he said, rocking back onto his heels. He stumbled, as he wasn't wearing those boots either, and he burst out laughing as he caught himself against the wall behind her. "I don't sleep in my cowboy hat, Cherry." "Or your boots."
"Or any of it," he said, cocking his head. "Did you think I did?"
"Of course not," she said, recovering fully. Heat filled her face. "I just haven't seen you like this." He grinned at her.
"Like what?"
"Like normal." He shook his head, but he wasn't laughing.
"Remember when I asked you if you owned sweatpants?"
He had, at Travis's wedding. She only nodded, sure she knew where he was going with this.
"Guess what, sweetheart? I do too. I'm not always in cowboy boots and jeans, just while I'm working."
He folded his arms, and Cherry reached for the doorframe to keep herself from swooning at the sight of all those muscles.
"And I'm not working this week."
"You wore jeans today, and a cowboy hat and boots." He shrugged.
"I like them."
"Did you bring anything else?" she challenged, feeling the tide turn in her favor. She reminded herself she didn't need to win anything, least of all a conversation with Jed.
"Just this stuff,"
he said. Their eyes hooked and met, and Cherry had the inexplicable need to throw herself into his arms and kiss him. Such an act would be dangerous, and Cherry didn't want to walk that line tonight. "I'm not mad about the cat's comment."
"Okay,"
he said quietly.
"What time are we getting up in the morning? I was going to ask you that next."
"Whenever," she said. "I know you'll be up early. Make coffee, go for a walk, I don't care."
"I thought you wanted to show me where you used to go for morning tea," he said.
Cherry smiled at him, because while he kept it hidden, his heart was made of gold. He listened to her, and he wanted to do what made her happy. "They closed a while ago," she said, waving dismissively. She stepped into the hallway, and Jed received her into his arms. "Will you cook for us tomorrow? Then we can do the river walk and get lunch there."
"Absolutely,"
he murmured. "I don't have any food," she murmured back, her eyes on his mouth.
"I'll be up before you and go to the store."
He leaned down and kissed her, and Cherry could certainly get used to that. Right there in her own home, with Jed kissing her goodnight. The only thing that made this less than a fairy tale was the fact that she then retreated to her bed alone, and Jed did the same. Once her pulse had quieted, as had her phone, Cherry snapped off the lamp and slid down into her blankets. She stared up at the ceiling, seeing the orange street lamp glow Jed had referenced. The moment she closed her eyes, it disappeared. Contentment stole through her, but like a thief in the night, the anxiety prowled right behind it. "You have to tell him about why you left Sweetwater Falls," she told herself. She simply didn't want to do it. Not tonight, not tomorrow, not any time this week, not ever. Travis knew now, and with Brandon out there talking about it, Cherry figured the sooner she told her parents and Jed, the better. Rissa should probably hear it from her, too, but Cherry simply didn't know how to open the door as widely as it needed to be opened. She also hated that her past indiscretions had to be aired for the whole family to see and know about. On the nightstand, her phone buzzed, and she rolled toward it. She looked at Jed's message, and everything disquiet inside her went silent. "I'm falling in love with you, Jerry. I know that freaks you out, and I'm freaked out too. But I feel it, and I wanted you to know it." Another message popped up while she tried to figure out if she should answer or not. "Feathers wanted to sleep with me," he said, a picture following. With both of their eyes reflecting the flash on his phone, they looked like aliens, one human and one feline. She burst out laughing as he sent, "Hope that's okay. She likes me." Feathers liked everyone, but Cherry didn't tell him that. She had hid while Clarissa was here last year, so maybe the cat didn't like everyone. "It's okay," she sent, and she was speaking to everything he'd sent, including that he was falling in love with her. After all, she was falling in love with him, too. While she hadn't pictured her prince actually riding up on a horse, she should have known a country cowboy would be the one to rescue her from her city life. Perhaps it was time to stop fighting with herself and admit that she wanted a quaint farmhouse, a handsome husband who came home in dirty jeans and boots, and a family in the wilds of Texas. But if she did, Cherry couldn't quite get past the feeling that she'd waited too long to have anything in the new fantasy blooming through her mind. "This is it," she said. "This is it?" Jed asked, peering across the street. "There's more to it than there looks," she said, but she was only telling half the truth. "I thought the Alamo was going to be this huge thing," he said. "It's what it represents that's so big, Jed," she drawled. "Come on, let's get one of those audio guides." He wouldn't like that either, and sure enough, the salty cowboy grumbled about having to wear earbuds someone else had already worn. They went inside the fort, which had been large for its day. Cherry had been here countless times over the past dozen years, but Jed acted like he'd never seen a brick before. "I think you have a secret to tell me," she said. He swiped his headphones off and asked, "What?" "A secret," she said, grinning. She only wore one earbud because she didn't need to get immersed in the sights and sounds of the Texas Revolution. "And what would that be?" He cocked his hip and nearly took out a child. She laughed and dragged him out of the way so others could get by him. Schools brought students to the Alamo on a daily basis, and this Thursday was no exception. "You love history," she said, almost like it was an accusation. Jed opened his mouth to say something, but his eyes simply searched her face. He snapped his mouth closed. "You do," she insisted. "Maybe I do," he said. "Oh, that's irritating," she said, sticking her second earbud in her ear. "Now you know exactly how I feel," he said, grinning from ear to ear. She mimed that she couldn't hear him, and he tipped his head back and laughed. She could 100% hear that, and so could everyone else within a mile radius. She rolled her eyes and put some distance between them. Jed followed her, and they continued their self-guided tour with the audio tape. She'd heard it all before, and she couldn't help thinking how Jed not coming right out and saying he liked history had annoyed her. He'd felt like that often with her, she knew. She just hadn't known how it really felt until now. Something with tiny teeth sliced through her lungs, shredding them more and more until they finally finished at the Alamo and went back out onto the streets of San Antonio. "Jed," she said, and since she didn't say his name a whole lot, he looked at her with some measure of seriousness. "I'm really sorry for not just telling you stuff." She thought of all the things she still had to divulge, and her mouth turned dry. "Like what?" She couldn't even think of an example now. Then one sprang into her mind.
Well, like when you were trying to talk about how you coming to stay with me in the city was a big deal, and I couldn't admit it. Is this about the history thing? He took her hand in his. Yeah, I like history. I always have. My mama has these old photo albums with all this genealogy in them. I loved looking at those when I was a boy. I still do. Why is that? She asked. I don't know, he said. I think a person's history makes them who they are, you know? Where they come from and who they come from. It's interesting to me. A person's history, Cherry thought, suddenly more keen than ever not to tell him about hers. Did you ever have the chance to get married? She asked. They hadn't talked much about their previous relationships, and perhaps she could ease into telling him about her past. He laughed as they crossed the street to the parking lot. Heavens, no, he said. I think ours is the longest relationship I've ever had. You might find this hard to believe, but I'm kind of a jerk sometimes. I had no idea, she said dryly. I think it works for us, he said, because you're not Miss Sunshine either. I'm not sure if that's a compliment or not, she said. I just mean, he said, but then he didn't say what he'd just meant. Cherry glanced at him to find an expression on his face that told her he was thinking hard. What do you just mean? She prompted. Nothing, he said. It's something. I'm already digging my own grave, he said with a smile, holding the shovel and everything. He shook his head. No, it's nothing. I didn't mean anything by it. They reached her car and he opened her door for her. She'd been driving them around the city because she knew it well, and he didn't. Cherry didn't get behind the wheel. She looked up at Jed and said, I know I'm not like other women. I look like them, but I'm not rainbows and sunshine all the time. I know that. I don't mind it, he said, at all. He held something passionate and earnest in his eyes that called to Cherry. I just think, me and you, maybe it's okay that you're helping me be nicer and I'm helping you be sunnier, that's all. You're not a beast who needs to be tamed, she said. But if I was, you'd be the princess to do it. He smiled at her, a gesture so warm and wonderful that Cherry could only bask in the beauty of it. All right? She nodded, because she couldn't speak. He leaned down and kissed her, a chaste, quick kiss that ended almost as soon as it began. He left her to get in the car as he went around, and she managed to do that before he did. They'd planned to go to dinner after their afternoon at the Alamo, and Cherry made the turns to get them to one of her favorite restaurants in the city, the Shack, without having to dedicate too many brain cells to the activity. She'd never really believed that there was just one person for her, for anyone. But as Jed looked at her in the parking lot, a hint of worry in those gorgeous eyes, she couldn't help buying into that fairy tale a little bit. Maybe he was her beast, and she was his princess, and they'd both been waiting for the other for a long time. Tell me what you're thinking, Jed said. Cherry couldn't put it into words. She wanted to, but she didn't say stuff the way Jed did. She could quip, sure. She had a quick mind and wit, yes. But with real feelings of the heart, she'd much rather kiss Jed to tell him what she was thinking. She leaned toward him, and he did the same to her. Right before their lips touched, she whispered, I'm thinking that maybe I'm falling in love with you, too. The kiss that followed generated enough heat for the astronauts from space to see it on their fancy machines, if such a thing existed. Jed kissed her, keeping them solidly within their own seats and the realm of control Cherry appreciated. He pulled away after a few minutes and asked, Was that a secret, Cherry Cooper? "Yes," she said simply. "Now, don't make me regret telling you." "No, ma'am," he said, replacing his cowboy hat. "We don't want to miss our reservation. I think you had to call in a favor to even get this one." "You're right," she said, centering herself after such an amazing kiss. "Let's go." As they walked into the restaurant, Cherry had a feeling she was glimpsing her happily ever after. Chapter 14. Jed lifted one end of Cherry's couch while Lee hefted the other. "Got it?" "Yep," her brother said. He glanced over his shoulder as Will and Travis came inside, and they got out of the way quick. "I'll guide you down the steps," Will said, and Jed moved at Lee's pace. The last thing he wanted was to hurt himself or anyone else. He and Lee were the same age, and Jed knew what 44 felt like. It ached. That was how it felt. He'd had one of the best weeks of his life here in San Antonio with Cherry. They'd eaten at some great restaurants. She'd introduced him to her neighbors and friends. They'd seen some historical sights. He'd kissed her every chance he got. She'd definitely opened the door a little wider for him, and Jed was trying hard not to shove it all the way open and leap inside. He'd confessed some big things to her on his first night here, but she hadn't shut down, freaked out, or gone into some part of herself he hadn't met yet. "Gretchen," someone said, and Lee slowed while she moved. "Sorry," she said. "I wasn't paying attention." "That's fine," Jed said. "For him," Lee puffed. "I'm the one walking backward." Jed grinned at him, and Lee went up the ramp and into the moving truck. He'd helped Cherry pack plenty of boxes this week, too, and he had some serious doubts about this truck holding all of her possessions. He'd told her he should have brought his truck, and she'd said, "Yeah, I guess," but then who would have driven it home? She'd batted those eyelashes at him, and he realized she'd set him up to drive her moving truck for her. She had her sedan, of course, and someone had to drive the truck, she'd said. In reality, Jed was happy to do it. He liked it when Cherry leaned on him or asked him to do something for her. He and Lee put down the couch, and he'd barely straightened before Travis said, "Get out, guys." "We just got in," Jed said, but Travis and Will were already coming up the ramp with the love seat. "I'm trapped in the corner," Lee said. Travis and Will kept on coming, and Jed barely got out of the way. "Let's turn it over," Travis said, and he and Will flipped the love seat and stacked it on the couch. "I'm back here," Lee said, his voice disgruntled. "Don't put that there. I need to move it to get out. Then we have to slide it back." "Why didn't y'all do that already?" Will asked. "Because you came in right on top of us," Jed said, not really sure why he'd joined this brotherly spat. Lee's poisoned, "Who told you to come out so dang fast with that?" would have done the job just fine. Will looked at Jed and then Travis. "Pick it up, I guess." "You guess?" Lee roared from the back of the truck. Jed wisely decided that was his cue to leave, and he jumped down so he didn't get squashed by a still bickering Travis and Will. Lee slid the couch forward and got free, then pushed it into place himself. He threw a few more pointed words at his brothers before getting out of the truck, too, and he looked at everyone standing in the driveway. "Don't we have stuff to move?" he barked. That got everyone scurrying about, including Jed. Cherry met him in the front doorway, wiping her hands on a towel, and she asked, "What is going on?" "Your brothers got into a little tiff," he said. "Travis and Will are acting like we're trying to set some Guinness World Record for moving a 3-bedroom house," Lee grumbled, coming up the steps behind Jed. "We just started. We don't need to be on top of each other." "We didn't realize," Will said. "Obviously," Lee shot back. "All right," Cherry said, holding up one hand. "Enough. Do I need to put someone on cleaning?" "No," they all said together, Jed included. He'd rather figure out how to put all the pieces in the moving truck than clean underneath a couch or behind the washing machine. No, thank you. "Go on, then," Cherry said, plenty of crossness in her tone. "There's beds and dressers next. Put those muscles to good use." Her brothers glared her down as they went by, and how she withstood that, Jed would never know. She was far stronger than she seemed, that was for dang sure. "They're scary," he whispered. She turned those eyes on him, and Cherry possessed a pretty powerful glare of her own. "Yikes, so are you. Where do you want me next, princess?" She frowned and flipped the towel at him. "Don't call me that. Go help with something big. Lord knows he gave you the shoulders for it." "Yes, ma'am," he said, and he went to help the Cooper brothers with the bigger items. Meanwhile, Cherry, Rosalie, and Clarissa kept moving out boxes, as did Ford and Autumn, any the kids could carry at least. Gretchen and Shay stayed outside and organized things, helped direct traffic, and kept mothering Cherry's cats, which she'd put in carriers before everyone had even arrived that morning. Her parents had come too, but they stayed inside and helped clean and direct people there too. His brother Easton had come, and Jed caught him helping Wayne and Chrissy more than moving much, but he didn't mind. In fact, it seemed they needed someone to entertain them and chat with them, and Easton did excel at that. Cherry had sold her house that week, but the new buyers wouldn't be closing until the new year. She said, "I want to leave it clean, but it doesn't have to be perfect." So when everything was packed, and they totally had to use both Lee's and Will's trucks to get it all, Cherry closed her front door and joined everyone outside. She wore a look Jed had seen before, only a couple of times. He'd seen it when he'd first climbed the steps to the top of the hay bales in the corn maze only 5 weeks ago. She was lost and alone and afraid. He opened his arm, glad when she stepped into the space there and joined him. He didn't look at Lee or Will or Travis or Wayne. They all knew he and Cherry were dating, and Jed wasn't great at hiding how he felt. They could probably all see his adoration of their sister and daughter, and a slip of humiliation moved through him. Then he told himself it wasn't embarrassing to want to help someone, or to love them, he thought, and he relaxed. "All right," she said. "Thank you, everyone." She lifted her phone. "I'll send you the address of my new place. I think I'll beat the truck." She looked up at Jed, who nodded. "I'm going to call for pizza, too, so we'll have lunch in Shorttail." Everyone nodded, and Jed stayed out of the way as she hugged her parents, then stepped into Lee's arms. Jed watched them for a moment, sensing their powerful bond. Then he switched his gaze to her mama and daddy, both of whom looked utterly exhausted. He went after them and helped Chrissy into the passenger seat of the minivan they'd driven. "You okay?" he asked her. Her face shone with sweat, and her skin bore the same tone as in the cement on Cherry's sidewalk. "This just wore me out," she said. She still had enough energy to cover his hand where he rested it on the interior door handle. "You and Cherry sure are sweet together." Jed's eyebrows went up. He looked past her to the driver's seat as Wayne opened the door. "You think so?" "Yes," Chrissy said. "She'll try to push you out, Jed. It's what she knows best." He looked back at her, sure Cherry would be upset her mama was saying these things. "Chrissy," Wayne said gently, and his wife's eyes drifted closed. "Don't you let her," Chrissy mumbled. "Okay, cowboy? Don't you let her." Jed looked at Wayne, not sure what to do or say. He simply looked at his wife with great concern on his face, and then he nodded to Jed. "Will you lower her seat?" he asked. "She gets so tired so fast, and with the drive and the unfamiliar bed—" He left his sentence there, though Jed felt certain there was so much more to say. He gently lowered Chrissy's seat so she could sleep, and Wayne twisted to grab a blanket from the back seat. Jed helped to get it over Cherry's mama, and Wayne gave him a pillow to wedge between the seat and the wall of the van. Jed did, then closed the door. He waved goodbye to them, and as they backed out, Cherry came to his side. "Thank you," she whispered. Jed held very still, just wanting to be in this moment with her. "They shouldn't come help unpack," he said. "Your mama was real tired." "I saw you with her," she said. Jed kept what her mama had said to himself. For now, he thought. Cherry was already doing a stressful thing by moving, and he didn't need to get her riled up for a long drive alone by saying something that didn't need to be said. "I can't come help unpack," Easton said, and that broke Jed's silence. He turned toward his brother and embraced him. "This was huge," he said. "Thank you for doing this." 4 hours of driving in one day wasn't easy for anyone, and Easton had work still to do back on the farm. Heck, Jed didn't think he'd get out of evening chores either, now that his week off had concluded. He pounded Easton on the back and let his brother go. Cherry handed him a slip of paper with her neat handwriting on it as Easton walked away. "My new address," she said. He didn't even glance at it. Almost everyone had loaded up, but only her parents had actually left. They were all waiting for her, and Jed admired the love her siblings had for her. Clarissa would probably stop everywhere Cherry did just to run in to go to the bathroom with her. The 4 of them wanted their sister back desperately, and Jed hadn't realized it until this morning. His curiosity about what had driven Cherry away from her family burned through him hotter than ever. He reached up and tucked her hair behind her ear. "You okay?" "Just sad," she admitted, turning to look at the house. "I've lived here for a long time." "A new adventure," he whispered, because Cherry loved adventures. Well, part of her did anyway. Another part of her thrived on routine, and while part of her was sad, another part had to be happy, too. Relieved, even. "You're going home," he said. "Kind of. This is what you wanted." "I know," she said, slightly irritated with him. "It's still hard." She gave him a crisp look. "Just because it's hard doesn't mean I don't want to do it, and it's okay for it to be hard." She started to walk away from him, and Jed blinked at her. Classic Cherry. Her mood could change faster than the weather. Even as he thought that, the sky overhead rumbled with thunder, and he looked up. "Lord," he said, his mouth barely moving. He didn't know how to finish his prayer, because there weren't words for what he needed today. No rain? A sunny Cherry? Neither was going to happen, so petitioning the Lord for them wasn't worth it. He looked at Cherry and called, "It's okay for it to be hard, sweetheart." She turned and looked at him, and he put a smile on his face. "Hey, it could be worse." "How?" she challenged him, that sexy hip cocking out as she planted her hand on it. "You could be driving the truck," he said, as the first drops of rain fell. "In bad weather." He didn't wait for her to answer. He just ran for the moving truck, barely making it inside before the sky opened and the rain really fell. Jed wished moving someone in windy, whippy December weather was easy. It wasn't. By the time he and Cherry's brothers got everything she owned into her new house and set where she wanted it, the sky foamed with steel-colored clouds. Darkness hadn't quite fallen, but nor was there any sunshine to be seen.
You can go, she said, her voice filled with exhaustion. Lee, Will, and Travis had all just left, and Jed simply wanted to collapse onto her couch and fall asleep with her nearby. He looked at her and offered a smile. I don't know if I can make it back to the farm without falling asleep. Not only that, but she had to take him as he'd been in San Antonio all week with her and didn't have a vehicle. I should have gone with Lee, he said, just now realizing it. Oh, you can't go, she said, reaching for her keys. Come on, I'll take you. The weariness on her face matched that in her voice. Are you sure? He asked. Yes, she said, coming toward him. What's the alternative? You stay here? My bed isn't even set up yet. He'd mapped the distance from his cabin to her new house, and it was a 17-minute drive. I'm not going to stay here tonight anyway, she said, looking around. I'll stay with Mama and Daddy and tackle this in the morning. Did you just decide that? Yes, she said, moving closer to him. And I want it noted for the record that I've said yes to you twice now, just in this conversation. She smiled up at him, and while she was tired, she was still breathtakingly beautiful. Jed felt lighter, and he smiled too. I've noted it in the official record, he said. Good, she said. Now let's go, because I might fall asleep right where I stand. One thing first, he said, taking the keys from her. I'll drive, okay? She nodded, because she'd told him once back when they dated over the summer that she hated driving everywhere, that she thought one of the greatest pros to being married would be that she didn't always have to drive. Okay, 2 things, he said, and then he turned toward the door. I've got one more secret to tell you on the way back to the farm. Chapter 15. Cherry leaned her head back against the rest as Jed drove through the night toward his farm. She'd done it. She'd left San Antonio and her perfect little house in the perfect neighborhood and returned to Sweetwater Falls. Kind of. Her new place actually sat just across the border of Shorttail, another sleepy little Texas town with great charm, an amazing diner inside the only store, and a single-pump gas station. She was actually closer to downtown Sweetwater Falls, where all the shops, restaurants, and grocery stores were, than anyone at the farm. He didn't say anything about his secret, and Cherry didn't have the mental capacity to ask. He pulled into her mama's driveway before she realized it. Oh, she said, and that was all. I'll come get you for breakfast, he said quietly. We can swap vehicles then. Her first instinct was to argue. She'd been tired before. She could go another few minutes down the road to drop him off and then come back. At the same time, she just wanted to crawl into bed and go to sleep. Okay, she said. Thanks, Jed. She started to get out, and Jed met her at her door by the time she did. I talked to Lady Jones, he said, his voice too loud in all this country silence. He took her into his arms. She said I could come talk to her about the farm in the new year. Cherry smiled up at him. That's great, Jed. I want you to come. He swallowed, the movement catching her eye. That's the secret. I have this appointment, and I don't want to go alone. Again, she had to analyze her first instinct, which was to tell him no. Of course, she didn't need to go with him to this farm he was thinking of buying. He wanted her to, but it wasn't necessary. They weren't married. She blinked, realizing that Jed wanted to include her because he was very serious about their relationship. I'm falling in love with you. All right, she said, deliberately choosing not to say yes. I don't even have a job yet. I'm sure I can go. You'll get a job, he whispered as he leaned closer. I'm sure of it. He kissed her goodnight and Cherry melted into his strong arms and tender touch. He didn't kiss her long, and then he walked her up to the door like he was her high school boyfriend dropping her off after the prom. He backed up, lifted his hand in a wave, and turned to go down the steps. Cherry watched him go, her back pressed into the wooden door behind her. "He's a good man," she whispered to herself. "If he bought that farm, he'd work it, day, night, holidays. He'd help animals, something he loved to do, and build new barns, fences, buildings, maybe even a new house. The cowboy was handy and handsome, and everything Cherry wanted. A real prince. And while not that long ago he'd told her she was no princess, she certainly felt like one on his arm. A few days later, Cherry finished taking out all the notebooks and pens she'd packed into one box, broke it down, and stashed it with several others she'd unpacked that morning. She put the notebooks, all unused of course, in a cupboard in her kitchen and dropped the pens into the drawer below it. She loved stationery with her whole heart. She often bought fun notebooks of all shapes and sizes, never intending to use them. Every once in a while she'd tear a page out to make a list, as she had earlier that day. Unpack 6 boxes got crossed off, and the next few items on her list were errands. Grocery shopping, drop off one application, and stop by City Hall to pick up another one. She actually had a meeting with the county records office after lunch, and she checked the time on her microwave to see if her sister was running late yet. Not yet. Rissa should be here any minute, though, and Cherry dashed out of the kitchen and into her bedroom to change her shirt. She went with something bright and pink because she wanted to stand out at the records office. She was meeting with the manager there, just to ask about the job that had been listed last week and get an application if she felt like it would be a fit for her, and Cherry knew the value of first impressions. Rhonda Gapmeyer had to be close to Cherry's age, and she ran her fingers through her dark hair, settled the hem of her shirt just right over her jeans, and turned as Rissa called, "Cher, I'm here." She met her youngest sibling in the kitchen and immediately took her baby nephew from her. "Hello, Bronson." She gave him a kiss and then leaned into Rissa for a hug. "Howdy, Riss." Her sister pulled back, and while over a decade separated them, Cherry experienced a closeness to her she hadn't in a while. "Are you ready for this?" "I think so." Cherry took a deep breath, held it, and then blew it out. "Let's drop off the application first." She swiped her list into her free hand while holding the 6-week-old baby in one arm. He'd pinked up, and his cheeks looked like his mother had stuffed them with socks. "Then we can go to lunch. Then I have that appointment with Rhonda at City Hall. Then groceries." She looked at her sister. "Can we manage all of that? Do you want to drive separately in case you need to take Bronson home?" "No," Clarissa said, swiping her son's wispy hair off his forehead and giving him a smile. The infant flailed his arms and made a screeching noise, obviously thrilled to see his mama. "He'll be okay. I might have to feed him, but I have a bottle, or I can sit in the car while you talk to Rhonda." Cherry nodded, a new part of her once again mourning some of the choices she'd made in her life. She'd let Charlie Hooper and Brandon Alcott drive her from her hometown, and she'd closed every door to every man who'd ever come knocking. Even Jed. He just hadn't given up as easily as some others had. He was loud and brash and opinionated, and Cherry sure did like him. "Jed asked me to come look at a farm with him," Cherry said once she'd strapped the baby in the back seat, taken her seat, and fastened her seatbelt. Rissa looked at her, her bright green eyes sparkling with shock. "He did? Where?" "Just right here," Cherry said, her voice not as loud as Rissa's. "It's Betty Jones's land, her farm." Rissa put her SUV in reverse and started to back out of Cherry's driveway. "That's great, Cher. Are you going to go?" The fact that she had to ask that question made Cherry look out her window. "Yeah," she said to her dry and dormant front yard. "I am." "So you like Jed?" "Yeah," Cherry said, able to admit it now. "I like him a lot." "Are you going to marry him?" Rissa asked. "You sound just like Mama," Cherry said with a smile for her sister. Rissa giggled and shook her shorter hair back out of her face. "Sorry, I didn't mean to jump to that. When you first started your sentence with Jed asked me, I thought you were going to say he'd asked you to marry him." Cherry studied her, but Rissa kept her eyes on the road. "Why would you think that?" "Cherry." She flicked a glance in her direction, her tone slightly patronizing. "Everyone can see how much he loves you." Cherry didn't know what to say. He hasn't said that. And trust me, the man doesn't hold back from saying what's on his mind." Rissa laughed then, a full-on belly laugh. Cherry found such joy swimming in the sound that she did too. "I bet he doesn't," Rissa said, still chuckling. "But, Cherry, that's who you need." "Is it?" Cherry smoothed her hands down her thighs as Rissa started to near the outskirts of town. She'd picked up an application for an office manager at the big music store in town. They held recitals there for a variety of instruments, had rooms private teachers could rent for lessons, and then all of their retail space where they sold everything from grand pianos to ukuleles. The office manager for a place like that would have to deal with dozens of moving pieces, which Cherry was very well suited for. "Absolutely," Rissa said. "You'll put him in his place, he'll put you in yours." "He has done that a few times," she said. "As I'm sure you have for him," Rissa said. "Maybe," Cherry admitted. "Riss." She didn't know how to say what ran through her mind. Rissa looked at her, then turned into the parking lot outside the music store. She brought her SUV to a stop and looked at Cherry again. "What?" "It's mostly me that needs to be put in line," she said. "Jed's great. Wonderful." "He's still a little salty," Rissa said. "Like Lee." Cherry smiled then. "Yes, like Lee. And he's been married twice. Well, just once, technically." "Rose sure seems to like him," Rissa said. "And Spence puts up with me. We just find our person, you know? I think Jed is yours, but it doesn't matter what I think." Cherry nodded, plucked her application from the folder she'd brought it in, and went inside the music store. The man who did the interviews wasn't there, so she couldn't meet him and make a personal connection, which only soured her mood further. Lunch went well, and then Rissa stayed in the car to feed Bronson while Cherry went inside City Hall. She took deep breath after deep breath while her purse and cell phone went through the metal detector. They had courtrooms here, and no firearms could go inside. She bypassed the courtrooms and went to the records office tucked back into the corner on the first floor. Another woman stood in line ahead of her, and Cherry shifted her feet, not sure if she even needed to check in here. The nerves running through her bothered her, but she didn't know how to tame them. Just like she didn't know how to control her tongue sometimes, and she didn't know why she couldn't just tell Jed yes sometimes. The other woman left, and Cherry stepped to the window. The whole thing had a piece of plexiglass from counter to ceiling, and she'd have to pass anything through a slot in front of her. Surprise filled her at the security of this place, and she wondered if she really wanted a job like this. An office manager job, or the one here for a full-time county clerk, would allow her to wear all of her professional clothes from San Antonio. She'd gone through her closet, of course, but she owned a lot of nice things, and she'd gotten rid of very little. She'd driven 30 minutes around the city to work. She could drive into Sweetwater Falls in less time than that. She had all the skills to do the jobs she'd been applying for. It had been disheartening not to secure one on the first day with the first application, But she reminded herself today was only Wednesday, and this was only the 4th job she'd inquired about. "Hello," she said. "My name is Cherry Cooper. I have an appointment with Rhonda Gapmeyer at 1:15? "Yes," the woman there said. She wore her plain brown hair back in a ponytail, but her eyes looked happy enough. "Her office is down the hall to the left there. I'll let her know you're here." "All right." Cherry turned to leave, and she glanced left before entering the hall. A couple of men stood in the hallway, both in police uniforms. A flash of unease blitzed through her because she did not want to run into the sheriff's deputy before talking to Rhonda. In that moment, she realized that she might run into Charlie at any time now that she was back in town, especially if she got the job here. But neither of the men a few paces away were Charlie. One did look familiar, though. Cherry moved to her right out of the office, which would have been her left when she was facing the other way. This hallway was narrow, and the dark brown brick on both walls on either side of her made it dark. Doors stood here, all of them closed, and Cherry wasn't sure if she was just supposed to linger in the hallway or what. Thankfully, a door at the corner opened, and Rhonda appeared. She wore a darling dark brown skirt in what looked like leather, with huge buttons down the front of it. Her pale pink blouse looked stunning with the skirt, and with her darker complexion and hair. "Cherry," she said warmly, "right in here." "Thank you," Cherry said, entering the office. She expected it to be dark because of the bricks, but it wasn't. It had no windows, but light poured from the ceiling above, and Rhonda had filled the countertop immediately inside the office with various decorations, pictures, and a trio of lamps which provided more light. Her desk took up one end of the office, and she sat behind that while she said, "Take a seat," and indicated a couple of comfy-looking armchairs in black leather. Cherry did, wishing she'd changed out of her dark jeans into a pair of black slacks. She told herself this wasn't an interview, and she smiled at Rhonda. "I really just wanted a little more information about the job before I apply. I didn't mean you had to sit down with me." "I don't mind," Rhonda said, and she pushed something out of her way on her desk. "It's a big position here. It's not an elected position, but because the county isn't over 8,000 in population, the county clerk also serves as the district clerk here." Cherry swallowed. "I didn't know that." "It's a lot of court meetings," she said. "Transcribing, documents, a ton of filing." Rhonda smiled like this was easy work. "You're the custodian for all court records. You'd oversee jury selection if needed. You handle all court fees and document fees." Cherry nodded and tried to put a smile on her face. "So I work the window." "No." Rhonda gave a light laugh. "You'd have an office like this, but yours is in the back of the building. It has a window." She leaned into her desk. "You have to take minutes at all public city and county meetings, so there's evening work. Then there's a lot you just get handed that you have to take care of. Stuff you didn't necessarily touch, but need to document and file, date and send out confirmations. A lot of that." "Okay," Cherry said. She liked Rhonda's energy and spirit, and she too leaned forward. "I think I want to apply. Do I need any special requirements?" "There's on-the-job training," Rhonda said, pushing herself back and opening a desk drawer. "In fact, district clerks are required to have 20 hours of training every year." She stood and handed Cherry a packet of papers. "You worked at SATC in San Antonio?" "Yes," Cherry said, standing and studying the front paper. "Average application. Name, date of birth, all the usual suspects." "So you've lived in Texas for longer than 12 months?" "Yes, ma'am," Cherry said, raising her eyes to Rhonda's. "A lot longer than that." "Are you registered to vote here in Refugio County?" "No, ma'am." "That's a requirement," Rhonda said. "Technically, you're supposed to live here for 6 months, too, but I think I can get that waived if the rest of your application looks stellar."
Cherry's heart bobbed in her chest, sagging to the soles of her feet and then rebounding to the back of her throat. "Okay," she said. "Thank you, Ms. Gapmeyer." Rhonda sat back down, obviously not going to walk Cherry the 5 steps to the door. "Say hi to Will for me," she said. "He supplies all the milk for Marty's ice cream parlor." She smiled at Cherry, who should have known this woman would know someone in her family. Everyone in Sweetwater Falls did. "And give my regards to your parents. I hope your mama is doing okay." "She is," Cherry said, flashing a smile she hoped wouldn't hold too much pain. She left the office, the packet feeling like a load of bricks in her hand. She navigated her way to the exit, and she'd very nearly stepped outside when a man called her name. She turned back and saw the very last person on the planet she ever wanted to see again, Brandon Alcott, jogging toward her, wearing a parasuit in dark gray with a purple and blue tie flapping against his abdomen. Cherry didn't wait for him. She turned and left the building, as if that would stop Brandon from following her. Her heartbeat zigzagged through her veins, making everything hurt, it moved so fast. "Cherry," he said again. And as disoriented at seeing him as she was, she didn't even know what Rissa's SUV looked like right now. She'd felt like this before, once before, the night Charlie had laughed at her and told her no, he wasn't going to propose, not before he became the chief of police, and that still hadn't happened. She'd been lost, so humiliated, so broken, so alone. She'd run to the first man she could find, and she hadn't even known his name. All she'd wanted was someone to want her. "Hey," he said, and Brandon appeared in front of her. He smiled at her, but it felt greasy and so wrong. "I heard you were back in town." "I don't want to talk to you." She tried to brush by him, but Brandon dodged in front of her again. "Why not?" His brow wrinkled like he was truly confused. Could he be? They'd spent less than a couple of hours together 12 years ago. Of course she didn't want to talk to him. "Cherry?" She turned toward her sister's voice, relieved to find Rissa stepping onto the curb, her son in her arms. Cherry reached for him, ignoring all of her sister's unspoken questions. She looked past Cherry to Brandon. "Hello," she said. "Brandon Alcott," he said, extending his hand. "Stop it," Cherry barked at him, letting all the saltiness she'd been trying to tame for Jed come out. Because this wasn't Jed. "You're not introducing yourself to her. This isn't happening." She turned away from Brandon and glared at her sister. "Come on, Riss, we still have things to do today." Rissa said nothing to Brandon, thankfully, but she did follow Cherry back to the SUV at a slower pace. Of course, Cherry marched like she had to get there in the next 2 seconds or her feet would grow roots and she'd never get free. She put Branson in the back seat and extended her hand toward her sister for the keys. "Can I drive?" "No," Rissa said, her green eyes firing dangerously now, too. "Tell me who that was." "No one," Cherry said, going around the front of the SUV. Brandon stood on the sidewalk several paces away, and she glared at him, too. He stood there, still and silent, and Cherry thanked the heavens above for that. Rissa hadn't gotten in, and she only did after Cherry slammed her door. "Cherry," she said. "He's some guy," Cherry said, everything in her chest vibrating and boiling now. "When Charlie broke up with me that last time, I was so devastated. I'd spent so long with him, and I just wanted him to love me. I wanted anyone to love me." She looked at Rissa as tears spilled down her face. I did something I regret doing. I went out with him." She indicated the man beyond the windshield. It was a one-night thing, but I left town because of Charlie, because of complicated things with Mama and Daddy, and because I'd gotten pregnant." Rissa's eyes widened, and she reached over to grab Cherry's arm. "I lost the baby the week I moved," she said, sniffling and wiping her eyes. "I never told anyone." She looked out the windshield again, but Brandon had gone, left, just like she had. "Can we go?" "Yes," Rissa said crisply. "Yes, we can." She got the car moving, backed up, out of the parking lot. She drove down the main highway, and Cherry looked out her window at the beachfront property on her right. It wasn't really beachfront, as the highway stood between the houses and condos and the beach, but she figured it was close enough. Rissa didn't pull into a grocery store. She seemed to be driving aimlessly, and Cherry felt the same way inside. "I haven't told Jed," she said, "or Mama and Daddy." She turned and looked at Rissa, who wore her anxiety on her face. "Do you think I need to?" Her sister swallowed and finally flipped on her blinker. She made a U-turn and went back toward the grocer they'd passed. "I don't know, Chair. I don't think you have to confess to everyone, you know? If you want to and it's part of your healing, then sure, you should tell them. But if not, and you're good with God, then no, I don't think they need to know." Cherry nodded and looked out her window again. "I don't know what I should do." "How do you feel?" "I don't know what you mean." Cherry reached up and wiped her eyes again. "I can't believe I cried over this. Everything is just so mixed up right now." "You weren't crying over him," she said, "just probably surprised and scared you ran into him." "Yeah," Cherry said as her sister parked. "But what if that means I'm not ready to move on? I've felt ready to move on with Jed." She met her sister's eyes, and Cherry didn't want to hold anything back anymore. Not from herself, and not from her family, and not from Jed. "I'm fallen in love with him, too, you know? What if he doesn't want me either?" "Oh, sissy." Rissa leaned across the console and took Cherry into her arms. "That's what you need to get past. Not Charlie, not this one-night stand, not if you should tell people about it, but that you're worthy of being loved, that you're a lovable person, that of course Jed loves you because of you, not for any other reason." Cherry held her and tried to reason through what she'd said. "I sometimes don't feel loved," she admitted. "Which is crazy," Rissa said, pulling away, "given how many of us think you're a rock star." She smiled at Cherry, her own eyes glassy. "Seriously, Cherry, I've looked up to you for my whole life. You're everything I've ever wanted to be." She nodded, her emotions settling down. "Thank you, Riss." "I love you," she said. "Everyone out at the farm does. Everyone you meet does, because you're so good at making people feel seen." She unbuckled as Bronson started to fuss. "Now, come on. Our window of good behavior with this baby is running out." Cherry went inside to get her groceries, her mind revolving around what Rissa had said. All she'd ever wanted was to be seen, and so, yes, she worked really hard at making sure those around her knew she saw them, their efforts, and their worth. "Jed sees you," she thought, and that was her answer. She didn't need to tell anyone else about what had happened so long ago, except him. She didn't want there to be anything between them, which meant he got to know all of her secrets, every last one. We hope you have enjoyed our production of Salty Cowboy,
a Cooper family novel, Sweetwater Falls Farm Romance, Book 4. Written by Elena Johnson, narrated by Becky Dowdy. Copyright 2021 by Elena Johnson. Production copyright 2022 by Elena Johnson.